Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the WOLF Millionaire live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Man Dan. I am your broadcaster for the duration of this event. 29 players remaining now, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen. We had a starting entry field size of whopping 3,407 entries total. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. Cards are in the air. They have been shuffled up and dealt. Let's it go. Small blind is 100k starting the action off. The big blind is 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Can you hear me clearly, Apocalypse? Yes. Everything should be gravy. I will explain what happened there now in just a second. Phil is going to raise to 425. That's a real Irish name, Phil Dunphy. Let's take down the first hand of the day. Taking down the blinds and antes, adding a $500,000 to his stack. Doctor says he can hear me loud and clear. Usually the way I am anyway. Shy baby don't get no sweets, and I certainly ain't shy. Right, so what happened was, Apocalypse, I have Alan on standby should the power go. Out of the goodness of his heart, he is hovering around in case the ESB goes, but we were told this morning the power cut had been cancelled, so we should be good to go. No issues there. I wouldn't want you stuck. We've got 18 months through without missing the stream. We ain't going to miss one yet. Fold all the way around to the hijack of Phil Dunphy with Queen 8 of diamonds. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. You had your fair share of sports over the weekend, but now it's time to crown yet another champion at this fantastic resort. It's the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. I think I left that part out of the intro. If the banner in the background wasn't a dead giveaway, that's where you are watching this action from. We are on all the usual social media platforms, and we even have a TikTok channel now, King's Resort Official on there. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch or YouTube if you like what you see. We've got great new content on YouTube, new videos every week. Tachi is going to go ahead and shove this one for 11 bigs from the cutoff with King Jack off suit. We'll take down the blinds and antes. He's one to watch out for if he gets a stack going. He's got a few scores on his hand and mob. It's not his first rodeo. Ori Hassan is in the field. He bagged and tagged over 12 million chips last night, so expect to see fireworks if he is at our feature table. Ori having almost a million. He will have crossed the million on Hendon Mob in cashes after this tournament, irregardless of what result he gets. The average stack is just shy of 25 big blinds. Also, we have a sale on in our merchandise store with up to 50% off certain items. Just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com to get additional information about the resort itself. Find something nice to buy yourself or a loved one for Christmas. Everything must go. I don't know if everything must go, but I've always wanted to say that, so I said it. Phil Dunphy under the gun +1. Not going to be doing anything with just Queen 6 suited. Now, with 28 players remaining, we have a pay jump looming from 3,250 to 3,800 euro. There are 28 remaining, so that means there is 4 tables of 7. It's important to note that we are a little bit more short-handed than the 9 max or the 8 max. We are at 7 max, not quite 6 max, somewhere in between. Piggy in the middle. Musa from Romania on the button here. He's playing over 10 million chips to get things underway. So we have Stanislav from France, Musa from Romania, Simon from Denmark, and Gisem from Albania. P from Germany, PTZN, who we had on the feature table last night. He's still wearing those shades. Quite comical. I don't know if I could pull them off myself. They are huge. But whatever's clever and whatever works for you, mate. Phil is from Germany. And then rounding out the table in seat 9, we have Michel Tocci, who I just mentioned. King Jack 9 is the flop here. Musa raising it up with the 9-5 suited. Don't mind it off his stack. But in general, I would want to have 9-6, 9-7, 9-8 suited to be opening the button here. Does go for the steal. Gisem is going to defend with the ace-3. Flop coming King Jack 9. Not much in it here for Gisem. River coming to 10 of diamonds. And Musa will be delighted to win that one. So many cards out there to beat him. The 10, the Jack, the King, the straight. Does take it down. Now playing 11 million. We will have a redraw when 16 players remain. So 12 eliminations away from that. And then, of course, another crucial redraw when there is 9 remaining for the final table. But in between that, there are 12 tickets up for grabs. Yes, that's right. 12 for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It's going to take place in less than a month's time. Stanislav going to raise from the hijack here off 22 bigs to start the hand. He's got the ace-9 off suit. And for Musa now in the cutoff, he's got a good candidate here for a 3-bet. I like a 3-bet here to something around $1 million. Maybe even 1.2. Goes for 1.4. Goes chunky. Yeah, I like the sizing actually. I think it's better to go nearly 3x here. Don't really want to be getting flatted out of position. Nicer to just take it down here with the king jack offsuit pre. His 3-bet just over 3 times the initial open, so not much Stanislav can do here. Don't think we will be seeing him defend with the ace-9. And he is just going to stall. People asked about this before. Why is it taking so long? It's because there's a significant pay jump. Although we can see that the pay jump has been reached. So all players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €3,800. This was a €350 buy-in, generating a prize pool of over 1 million. Simon raising to 425 here from the cutoff. 10-9 at diamonds. Off about 14 bigs to start the hand. Seven five of diamonds is going to peel on the button here. A little bit wide here from Rika. Don't mind peeling here or using this as in our 3-bet folding range if he had more chips and if we're a bit more stacked. But off this stack depth, the 7-5 going to go way down. King Queen 7 is the flop, and Simon gonna try steal this one with a bet. Bets 375. Now, Risa picking up a piece of this here in the form of a pair, but it's on such a bad flop for his hand I wouldn't be surprised to just see him let it go. He's getting great odds to see a turn card, but the problem is the stack to pot ratio is going to be 1-to-1 on the turn. He's hoping for a 7 or a 5 or a shutdown. And Simon bets here. It looks like he is perceiving to set up a turn jam with just pot behind. So Rika is just going to let it go. Reset. And I think that's wise for him to pass there. It's just on other boards we can continue, but with 2 hearts out there, picture cards galore. Not a lot of good turn cards for his hand, so he just says goodbye to it on the flop. MJ is in the house, says good afternoon, guys. Good afternoon, MJ. MJ with us till the very last hand last night, and he's here from one of the first hands today. Thank you for your continued support, sir. Doesn't go unnoticed. 25 big blinds is now the average stack, 27 players remaining. Simon with a real hand here in the hijack, pocket kings. Reset just going to call here with ace 10 of spades in the cutoff. MJ says hello. Hello, MJ. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon. It has to be said, last Monday I said with Alan in the booth that I couldn't believe how hot it was. It was scorching. Not scorching like 40 degrees weather, but it was about 25 degrees in Ireland, which is a lot these days. And it is Baltic, chilly Baltic outside at the moment. I think I have about 10 blankets on the bed. Hard to get out of bed this morning. Marvin Hagler, the boxer, once said, it's hard to get up and train when you're sleeping in silk sheets. We are here. Jack 6 deuce is the flop. And Reset is most likely going to peel this one with backdoors. Okay, if we're going to call here and flop on Jack 6 deuce, there's a lot of turn cards that favour our hand. We could still have the best hand with ace high. Does decide to just fold. I think that's a little bit tight from Reset. And Musa going to stay active. I like this. 7-handed. He can afford to open very aggressively off this stack depth into this lineup. A lot of players have around that average stack, so they're going to be rejamming or folding. It applies pressure from the get-go. So raise and a call, and now Dunphy on the button with pocket threes. Playing 18 big blinds total. If we were a bit deeper, we could peel here. I think we just want to be putting our hand in the muck. We're just calling 400k, hoping to flop a 3. We are in position. I've seen worse peels. I just think it's best to stay away here. And he does make a good fold. Someone is asking, how big is the stream delay? The stream delay is 30 minutes. It's as live can be. Last week it was an hour. This week we are back to normality. It is a 30-minute delay only. Stanislav in the big blind, 8-4 offsuit. You are welcome. Enjoy the show.
So, my friend. Wow, again and again. Let's see.
So it is Risa gonna flop a piece of this. Musa with top pair, straight draw for Risa. Musa is going to check. We'll get a c-bet out of Risa here in the hijack. Can make a straight with a 6. Like this sizing from Risa. Will flush out hands like Queen Jack and King Queen. Just random over cards like suited connectors, even though we block that with the 8-9. Puts pressure on our opponent from the get-go. Turn is the 10 of spades. Additional equity here now for Lisa is 7 outs. Turn goes check, check. River is the queen of spades. Now 2 million in the pot. Musa with the check mark. That spade is a dangerous enough card though. Brings in the flush, brings in the backdoor straight. Musa is going to bet 725 and Lisa will let it go. I'm not sure if Musa wants to check there or bet. I think it might be better to use that one as a bluff catcher. Or I think his sizing is fine. It's just we don't want to get raised. I would prefer to go into check call mode. Gives the opportunity to get a bluff out of our opponent like the hand that they had, even though it's not many combinations of hands that miss there. Having said that, we don't want to be faced with a pot-sized bet. If I was faced with a large bet, I might just let my hand go. Yes, we've got top pair, but like I said, the straight completes, the flush completes. There's a lot of 2 pairs on board, and we only have a 6 kicker with our ace. So instead of having to call a larger bet, he just goes for 725 himself. Understandable, given the circumstances. 26 players remaining now. Poker asks, what are the chip denominations? Okay, so the green chips you see in front of the players are 25k. The white chips are 100k each, and those pink bad boys are worth $500,000. So it's 25, 100, 500. And eventually you will see yellow chips in play. They are 1 million each. Stanislav raises a 450 from the small blind. King 6-6 is the flop. Stanislav going for a small raise here, and that's dangerous to do blind v blind because the big blind can just call in position and see a flop for a very cheap price. If I'm Stanislav, I would have preferred to just complete, and then if the big blind bumps it up, we can come over the top, or we could just rip ourselves, even though that seems like a lot. It is sub 20 bigs. Stanislav betting 400k here. Doesn't want to get bluffed off his hand. Also can get some value from worse, like a flush draw, backdoor straight draw, stuff like that. I think around the 15 big blind mark, 15 to 17 bigs, might just be best to shove that one. We're taking down 400k from the big blind and the big blind ante and protecting our small blind. Every chip so vital at this late stage. A lot of players remaining in this field won't have played for this kind of money before, so that's something to bear in mind. Phil just going to straight up rip here from the hijack. Don't really like this from Phil. It's just too many big blinds. 17 big blinds from the hijack. You want to raise call a hand as strong as ace queen. And Musa having so much more chips than the rest of the table here, playing over 30% of all the chips in play. Is good for 62 big blinds at the moment. Tachi, your shortest stack at the table, playing 11 bigs. He's got some work to do, but he's fine for the moment. So Phil just takes down the blinds and antes with the ace queen. Like I said, you want to give the opportunity to the players behind to rejam with lesser holdings. Yes, we're just going to take down the blinds and antes almost all of the time, but just because it's profitable doesn't make it optimal. Touchy. Good opportunity for him to jam. Now, last week we seen players raise calling off these stack sizes. I think it's fine to just rip here. Both plays totally fine. Wants to add that 500k to his stack. Or get called and double up and get something going. And we've got action. Tachi with ace queen all in. Musa 3-betting to put everyone else all in. Simon calling it off on the button. This pot is going to be huge. This pot is going to be the biggest pot we have seen in quite some time. I would say it's the biggest pot of the tournament, especially at the feature table. $12 million in this pot, folks. This is an amazing spot for the ace king. Look at this.
No problem. What do you have?
Tachi gonna need a lot of help. Musa gonna need a lot of help, but it is Tachi that's at risk. Simon set to have 11 million chips if he can just hold, which he will do 76% of the time. 9-8 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. River is the 8 of hearts. Tachi has been eliminated. Musa will send a chunk over to Simon, and Simon now playing 55 big blinds. Wow, what a hand of action that was. What a moment there for Simon. Scooping all those chips. Eliminates a player. Puts himself in real contention to make the final table with a decent stack. 25 players remaining now. Current payout is €3,800 still.
I want to take them also. I like their chips. My raise, 450.
Risa on the button here, raising to 450, and P from the small blind doing a 3-bet to 1.5 million. And this is a bit suspect here from Risa, trying to see a flop here with just 16 big blinds behind, calling for an additional mill. If I was in P's shoes and I thought there's any chance of getting flatted here by a hand like Jack 10, it's great for us when we have King 10, but I might just shove it in. Now, for P, I would just bet very small amount here, like 500k. It goes for 500k. Just sets up a really nice turn jam, depending on the turn. If it's a blank, we can go for another small sizing. But with the stack to pot ratio the way it is, I think we just want to shove 2 draws on board now. Straight draw. All your work's done. Your opponent only has a little bit more left than you do. So with 2.3 million left and 4.4 million in the middle, I think I would just shove. It looks like he is just going to check. This is a fun hand.
Five bet. 875.
And reset betting pretty quickly there. Usually the longer he takes, the more likely he is to be bluffing. So for P now, he just has to decide, does he want to put an end to this now and try to get the additional money in, or does he want to just call? Looks like he just shoves, and reset losing a massive chunk of his stack there. Calling pre, calling the flop, and then betting the turn for a small size against a bluff. I expected to see him just check back the turn. Went for it. Unlucky on this occasion.
The other side. One raise, 450. 2 bump. Mister, it's from the other side. There where you have a chip, there you can put the pair. Not from the other side. I need to see.
Stanislav raising to 450 here under the gun with pocket fives. This is a bit of a wide open. I think it's okay though, considering we're not playing 9 max, although tables have evened out now. 24 players remaining. Means we have 3 tables of 8. Pay jump is looming as well from 24th to 23rd place. And the difference is huge, folks. It's €800. They can just survive one more elimination. Now, Phil, 18 bigs from the small blind. If this was a different position at the table, he might just rip this, but the way things are, Stanislav looking very strong off this stack size. I think Phil just going to have to let this one go. Dunphy lets it go. And Dulciata gonna defend here with the 9-8 offsuit. Flop coming 10-9-7. Dulciata with an open ender and a pair. Stanislav is going to continue. Not a good board for him to continue on. This is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the under the guns opening range. Although he will have all the over pairs. Freddy Krueger says good fold from the ace-10. Yeah, that's 2 good folds from Phil. He also folded 3s on the button when he could have easily peeled. Just don't think he had enough chips. Stereo Potato says exactly what I said. Under the gun, raising 20 deep, 5-5 is optimistic. We do indeed prefer to open ace-x blockers, but as it stands, he does go for a small bet. This is what I was talking about last weekend on the stream. Compound mistakes when we open here off around 20 bigs, and then we get the chance to c-bet on a bad board. We've made 2 mistakes that's cost us about 25% of our chips, and now we're on the turn. We don't know what to do. There's nearly 2 million in the pot. That's not a good turn card for the big blind. Is going to have a lot of these 2 pairs and straights now. It's going to say it wasn't a great card for us, but we can still rep the straight and some over pairs. It does decide to check back, and what a river it is. It's the 5 of hearts. Stanislav getting out of jail here with the 5, giving him a set on the river. And Dulciata is going to have to pay the man on the river here. Blocks the straight, has a pair, loses to a 10, loses to a queen, loses to some straights, but decides his hand is going to be good enough to call. Very unlucky that he's up against the set. Shakes his head, got paid. And what a moment that is for the 5s. Getting max value on the river. Well, maybe not max value, but close to it. Nice to have you with us, Stereo Potato. I love the name. Being from Ireland, I like stereos, but I like potatoes more. And if I'm eating a potato and it starts acting like a stereo, I would be getting worried. Depends what song the potato is singing at the time or playing through its speakers. Stereo Potato says, TY, sir, love the way you comment. Thank you very much. Dulciata. Gonna go for the full 3x there with the king 9 offsuit from the small blind. I like this sizing. You could go even a little bit bigger if you wanted. Stanislav with the big blind with king 7 offsuit. Just decides to let it go. And Lazari is our new player at the table with a large stack also. There's a lot of chips at this table, folks. I expect to see fireworks. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the WOLF Millionaire final day live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 3 tables of 8 remaining. Like I said, there is a page on Blooming of €800 just if all players can survive one more elimination. Simon raising to 425 from early position with the ace-9 of hearts. Staying active after that massive triple up. And Musa with the jack-9 offsuit wants to defend here. He does defend for 225. We're off to the flop. 10-7-5 is the flop. This is a bit of an action board here. Flush draw. No flush draw here for Simon Musa. With a good shot, straight draw, so backdoor equity working for him. Expect to see this go back call the majority of the time. So bet at 375 and a call. This pot nearly 2 million now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 10 of clubs. Musa betting 650k here on the turn as a lead. Interesting that he chooses to lead here. I understand it. Gets his opponent to fold a lot of ace-x type holdings here. Gives himself a good price then to barrel the river also. This pot now getting bloated though, 3.2 million. River is the ace of spades. That's not what Musa wanted to see. Now Musa would have kept barreling on a different river, but not the ace of spades there. And Simon not wanting to get check raised or something like that, just decides to check back. Now playing close to 13 million. Lisa's the shortest stack at this table now, playing 10 bigs, and Simon all the way up to 64 big blinds and everything in between, as you can see on your screen. Phil in the hijack here with 18 big blinds. Now we've seen him shove ace queen off suit already in late position. I would way prefer to see Phil raise call with such a nutted hand pre. Just decides to move all in. Would way prefer to see a raise call. It's just too strong of a hand. Now, Risa 8-handed here, king 8 of diamonds with the blinds have just gone up, so it's 7 bigs. Just going to have a little look here. This is very close. I think we could go with King 9 suited plus. Don't really mind shoving King 8 suited here, though. The players are going to be quite tight. This is going to be about the lowest we want to be shoving. So Lisa all around to the big blind here. Simon, 1.925 million more for him to call. So it looks like Risa had closer to 10 bigs. This is the bottom of his shoving range. Doesn't want to be shoving any wider than this. Simon is going to call, and I think this is far too wide from Simon. It's an under the gun shove. We are in the big blind. It is almost 8 big blinds more for us to call. I think this is just chirpy chips, having won such a massive pot, wants to gamble here. We can see he does have 30% equity, but against the overall shoving range from Risa, this is far too wide of a call off from Simon. King Jack 5 is the flop. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. Simon needing to get lucky on this river, or Risa will double up. It is the 9 of diamonds. What a horrible river for Risa. He has been eliminated in 24th place, and that means the pay jump has been reached. Unlucky sir, good game. All players remaining now guaranteed a minimum of €4,600. That's just Simon playing the heater there. He had all the chips in front of him. He said, you know what, if I lose this, I still have 10 mil. In for a penny, in for 2 more million. Is running good. Playing close to 15 million now. So Phil Dunphy with the aces, the blackberries. Phil raises to 550. Fold all the way around to the big blind. Unclear what P has till the graphics catches up, but he is going to see a flop. He is going to call for 300k more with the 10-9 off suit. This could spell trouble for P. He's flop top pair on 9-3 deuce. It is against an under the gun open though. He will have to approach with caution. And Rodon Dendron is back in the house. Hello, buddy. He says, oh boy indeed. Hard to not see P not lose a chunk of his stack here, depending on the run out, of course. And for Phil, he must be as giddy as a schoolgirl. He just needs to bet something very small. I think a quarter pot here. Just wants to bet about 350. 350, 400, something around that area. $575 is the bet. It is very nice sizing. The reason I said a little bit smaller is so he can get 3 streets in when he only has X amount behind. But the 575 does get P to just shove, and we've got a pot of 8.5 million now. Phil Dunphy, 85% equity against P. P needing to get lucky. This escalated quickly. Turn is the 3 of clubs. River is the 8 of hearts. Really nice pickup there for the aces. P forced to pay the man. Rodon says he will be playing kings himself as of Thursday. Yes, the Dutch Classics is coming up next weekend. I wish you the best of luck, sir. Armshot says I think he chooses the perfect price. Exactly, he went for forcing the all-in. Yeah, I think when we're that shallow, it doesn't really matter, but I think it's totally fine. Tax of Gambling says, why would you shove versus under the gun short stack? Because you open so many high pairs, ace, king. I think we just want to bet a little bit smaller to price in. See, he's not going to have much 3x or deuce x in his range, so I see what you're saying there. You just want to target the 9x, get him to shove. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, good point. For Tax of Gambling's comment there, it's just he just wants to take down the pot on the flop. If he's beaten by an overpair, then so be it. He gets hands like ace king and ace queen to fold, and if he just calls, he might get blown off his hand on turn and river, so he just wants to avoid that happening. Simon bets, raises to 550 on the button here with ace jack of spades with 23 remaining. And Phil now playing over 8 million. KM is in the house, says good afternoon. Good afternoon, KM. P with 12 bigs on the button here. He could just jam. I actually think it plays better as a raise call. KM asks how the action has been so far. It's been pretty good, actually. We've seen some big pots, some three-way all-ins. It's been a fun couple of orbits so far, for sure. Now, for Dulciata, he's going to... Looks like a raise. He needs to be very careful raising off this stack depth. 3 betting to 1.4 has essentially committed himself. P only has about 1.2 million behind. And if we're P, this will look pretty strong from Dulciata committing himself, but I'm not folding a hand as strong as ace jack here. And actually, now that I see the exact stack sizes, he's not committed here. P is all in for 3.1 million, so this will be 1.7 million more for Dulciata. So maybe he just gets away from it now. I don't really know what's going on here. You have to remember here, this is 12.5 big blinds total, and he is 3-bet to an amount where he is priced in for nearly 7 big blinds more, but it looks like he hates this spot. It's a considerable portion of his remaining stack, and I suspect we are going to see him fold. And he does let it go. I believe he was priced in there to call it off, but he made it 1 point whatever to fold for the additional. If we're going to play our hand that way, we might as well just rejam ourselves. The whole point is, with nearly 6 million in the middle there, I'd have to run the maths, but we are more than priced in. We need about 30% equity, as Tax of Gambling just said. And we definitely have that with 2 random cards against. If you put in an overall range, I mean, we've got 20% against aces. Wilpo says, the guy literally said he wants to be called the sweetness of the world, but that's what Dulciata Globulio means. Yeah, I'm not going to keep pronouncing that for the day, otherwise I won't be able to pronounce any other names at the table. That is a tongue twister. Maybe we'll just call him Sweetness. What do you think, Wilpo? If everyone agrees in the chat, we'll just call him Sweetness for the day. Sweetness of the world. Thank you for clearing that one up. That is very funny. P is going to raise to 500k here. Nice takedown, by the way, it has to be said, for P, because he got some chips back that he'd lost with his 10-9. Anytime we can get a 4-bet through when it's only that much more for our opponent to call is great for our hand. Also, everyone's talking about whether he's priced in. He could have just seen a flop for 250 more. If we're not going to see a flop for 250 more, I think we need to be a bit deeper before we start 3-bet folding off that stack size. Dulciata. Hope I'm saying that correctly. I did put it in to Google earlier. I was not aware that it meant sweetness of the world. This is going to be action. P's not going to be able to get away from this one. It's cut off against small blind. No pay jump to worry about. He just has to stack off. He also has him covered. Now, I can understand if P decides he doesn't want to flip here. He is going to be flipping the majority of the time. Wow. Makes a huge fold, and on this occasion, a great laydown. But in general, we want to be stacking off there with nines about 90% of the time, unless our opponent hasn't played a single hand, which is not the case here. If I've just seen my opponent 3-bet fold to me off that stack size, I am going with my nines all day. Tax Gambling said, in this case, you need to have some read on the players. I think he insta-shove, so did he do that before, etc., or just call and pray for a flip? Well, like, yeah, when people insta-shove, it really narrows their range because they're going to take longer before shoving if they have a middling hand or middling decision in general. Now, when we insta-shove, it's really that ace, king, tens, jacks plus kind of a range. I just think when we min raise with nines, it's just too good. Cut off against small blind. Against the overall range, the shoving from the small nine's going to play pretty well. The range that should be shoving from the small blind. Great to see so many of you tuning in this early on, discussing hands in this depth. Brilliant, lads. Class is in session. Kiddie game down the street. Arm shot saying if it was day one of the tournament, maybe it was a call. Well, it's just, if I've just seen my opponent 3-bet that looked really strong, he's getting respect there. I 4-bet jammed the ace-jack, but when he rips, then I'm not giving him credit for a hand that beats nines, and if we're flipping, then so be it. That is my understanding of the situation. We need to have some hands where Ray is calling, and eights, nines plus seems correct to me. Even sevens against a wild man. We can fold our deuces through to sixes. Paul User says, so nice to see any fellow Romanians at any FT. They're taking over. We had a Romanian champion last weekend. Always seeing that flag. What do you guys know that we don't, huh? Well, Armshot, he wouldn't have been eliminated, though. He would have had a spin and win kind of a stack. Sub 10 bigs, but still would have been a massive portion of his stack. I just don't think in his shoes could I fold a hand as strong as nines. But look, it was an amazing fold considering his opponent had tens. Sweetness of the world takes it down uncontested. It's easy when we're at home and we can see the cards. I wonder, would you all be getting behind them if the small blind had ripped pocket fours, something around that area, and the nines went into the muck? I predict we would have seen a lot of people criticizing the nines folding. It's only easy if we know the answers. It's easy to know the answers when we can see the cards. Stanislav with 20 bigs on the button here with ace-10 offsuit and the decision. Again, I think this is strong enough to raise call for the lot if there's a rejam from the small or the big. KM says he prefers playing poker when you can see the cards. Yeah, super easy. And Lazar with the king queen of clubs wants to be rejamming this one. Does decide to just call for 325 and we're off to the flop. Stanislav getting outdrawn. This would be a great hand to check back here on the queen 10 tree when we have the ace of diamonds in our hand. He does decide to bet 575. Don't like raising to 1.4 million at all. I'd rather just call, let our opponent bluff it off or bet it off, whatever you want to call it. Now we're just in a world of hurt. Had we just checked back, we could have realized our equity. Now we might convince ourselves we're up against a draw and continue a sticky situation to be in. This is why I would much prefer to just check back on the flop. And he is going to call, and now the stack to pot ratio is under 1-1. Turn is the 4 of hearts, and now I think Lazar just wants to shove 4.3 million in the middle, just 3.1 million left in Stanislav's stack. No other real reason to bet smaller. He could try get additional value from diamonds or a hand like Stanislav has, but wants to bet about 1 million in that case. Lazar bets king queen all in, and now Stanislav. Stanislav in a world of hurt here now. He does beat a lot of draws. But you don't want to be calling your tournament off here with an overcard. And even against a combo draw, our opponent is going to have a lot of equity as we hit the river. This is a great example of how we could just control the size of the pot by checking back on the flop. Stanislav has to let it go, and Lazar wins a nice pot now, playing 11.45 million. I don't believe it. He's back once again. Facial twitch is in the house. We were only talking about the donkey last night. Speak of the steer, and the steer will appear. What's up, Facial Twitch? How are you, buddy? He says, good evening, everyone. Guess who's back from the dead? Great to see you back, buddy. I hope everything is going well with you. I hope you had a nice summer. It's the winter now. Well, it is in Ireland anyway. It's Baltic. We missed the summer in Italy now. Hanging out here at work. Hope you're finished crashing cars for the moment, you crash dummy. Crash donkey. I hope you're very well, my friend. He says, Don, my man. I'm keeping good, yeah. You missed me and Alan in the boot for 3 days. 3 long days last weekend. That was an amazing festival of poker. He's out to 1 week of Maldives diving in 10 days' time. Top Hitter says he cannot wait for the Dutch Classics. There's a big hype around the Dutch Classics, and it's going to be awesome next weekend as well, because it's on the cusp of the beginning of such a massive festival, the biggest poker festival in Europe, the World Series of Poker Europe Main. The main event will be on in less than a month's time. That's a 10k buy-in, but there's 15 bracelets up for grabs, 15 million guaranteed, and it is going to be a stunning series. No facial twitch. He didn't lose another account. I made him change his name. Well, I didn't make him. I suggested. I was like, hold on a minute. If you're going to be supporting Ireland in the Rugby World Cup, and you're speaking a lot about Ireland, I need to see your loyalty. So he changed it from Apocalypse UK to Apocalypse Ireland. And now facial twitch. Ireland are out of the World Cup. I wouldn't be surprised to see him changing back his name, supporting England. But look, it's understandable. And yeah, just seen that ace-9 folding in the cut-off for 12 big blinds seems very tight indeed. It's just not a situation where you want to be folding. At the very least, you want to be min-raising, and I think it plays better as a jam, especially with 22 players remaining. We want to steal those blinds and antes. Those blinds and antes going to come around fast and furious. We need to stay alive, put ourselves in an opportunity that we have enough chips that when we do have a big hand, we get the opportunity to get a double up that's going to be for a significant amount. Apocalypse is going to be changing his name for the third time now. He's going to change to Apocalypse South Africa because that's who he's supporting in the World Cup. Real Rusty says, think a jam there is printing money. It really is. And you see how much he would have added to his stack there, Rusty, off 12 bigs. He's playing 3 million and he's adding 625 to his stack. So you can see he's adding 20% to his stack just by taking down the blinds and antes uncontested. Thanks for pointing that one out. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Simon betting 625 and Lazar with the king tree of clubs and the decision. Real Rusty says, all good. Us chat noobs need to be right sometimes as well. When you are watching week in, week out, I wouldn't call you noobs. You are learning a lot. Apocalypse is out. The 4 remaining teams. They're the ones worthy of respect. Well, geez, man, they almost lost to France. France really felt for France. Always sad to see the home nation go. You could see the heartbreak around the field. What can they do? Apocalypse says South Africa versus the All Blacks almost guaranteed the final now. Yeah. Quelle surprise. Stanislav now with ace jack off suit and 12 bigs wants to just be shoving this one. Sometimes we could min-raise call or min-raise fold here, but I just think it's going to play better as a pure jam. Fold around to the big blind. Ace 3 of spades for Dunphy. Phil forced to let the ace 3 suited go. Current payout is €4,600. And Facial Twitch, did you hear about our massive sale prepared in the merchandise store for our viewers of the stream? Do not miss the opportunity to dress yourself like a king or a queen. Head over to the King's Shop, collections, and the outlet. It's all on the website www.kingsresort.com. P on the button here with 21 bigs, king, queen off suit. This hand is going to be good enough to raise call the majority of the time. He might just want to min raise. He does have a lot to shove. Looks like he's just going to shove and take that move away from the blinds. Just takes it down. So next hand here, Musa raising to 500k with ace jack off suit and Phil on the button with pocket fours. Again, I don't think we have enough chips to be trying to flop a set here. All the way around to Stanislav. Seven five could have decided to defend there, but because the raid's coming from under the gun, decided to let it go, and I think that's fine. Not sure what Stanislav has here in the small blind. 12 bigs and a decision. Paul User says there is still 22 left. I was under the impression that this is an FT. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, Paul, there are 22 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 3,407. So Musa is going to bump it up here to 800k. Stanislav trying to see a flop by completing. Not sure what he has. Maybe he is going to come over the top. We're about to find out. Does shove it all in. Nook says if FT means feature table, then you're technically still correct. Stanislav with a nice move there with the pocket trees. Could have elected to just shove himself. Yeah, we do 2 days minimum every week. So we've got 2 more hands before the break. It's been very entertaining, action-packed so far. Paul, yeah, you've been missing out. Well, you know now. It's only easy if you know the answers, as they always say. 24/7, 365, non-stop action at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov every Sunday and Monday for the stream. Sometimes we have bonus days, sometimes we have bonus events. We also run the stream when there's cash games on. I don't commentate when that's happening though, because we like to hear what the players are saying at the table. Stanislav going to get this one through with an open. Be happy to collect the chips and add 625 to his stack. Right, folks, last hand before the break. There is a pay jump looming, so that's why you're going to see people take additional time with hands like Queen 3 offsuit. Current payout is €4,600 with 1 more elimination to go. They will have secured almost €1,000 extra, all the way from €4,600 to €5,450. Sweetness of the world. Dulcieta is in the hijack with Queen 10 offsuit. Is going to use this one as a raise. Raises to 500k. And Lazar might just let this go. Simon not going to be defending with the Jack Deuce offsuit, I wouldn't think, even though it is only for 250k more. So he does let it go, and that is going to bring us to our first break of the day. We'll see you all within 15 minutes. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. He's not happy. I think Sean Deed is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like Never before.
Not celebrating, pal. Just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check, check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negranu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Okay.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Paul Poir up to second in chips. 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
You just love poker.
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind. You know, like my one-time pass. Bamlam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good.
And issues with our central nervous system, but other than that,
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
we're society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that, living
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
1 time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs.
5 seconds.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
Raise 3.1.
3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102.
1 time button.
Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deep with the 3-bet out the small. Nicky P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet.
Seconds.
Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? If he makes it, how much? Is 800? 800?
This time you try, yeah?
Imp is strong.
How much in the pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it. How much was the raise?
I am.
He used it.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not
39.
So I can.
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
Raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
66.9. 66.9.
Life.
Oh, yeah.
Life.
Showdown as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. Is that one?
Wow.
I flop set of sevens. Like that.
What is
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20, okay.
You don't need to count. You have more. So you have more.
Men ni mäcker now nummen för den stream.
What about this? This as well, yeah?
nice?
All right, folks, never fear. Action Man Dan is back and here. Lazar 3-betting to 1.8 million here. Stanislav is the initial opener. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 150. Big blind is 300 with a 300k running big blind ante. That's 150, 300, 300. We've got a new lineup here as well. No, we don't have a new lineup. Same players as before. 3 tables of 7. There has not been a redraw yet. There will be a redraw when 16 players remain. We will come back with 2 tables of 8 and play down to the final table. Also very important to note that the first 12 finishers in this event will take home a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event with them. Chef 50 says, Dan the man. What's up, Chef? Nice to have you back with us. Stanislav does shove. Lazar will call. And both players will be happy to see they're not up against a better hand. Five deuce, 7, 8 secures the deal, or seals the deal. There is a page on blooming, so expect to see players take additional time with their decisions. Pay jump is €850, and the difference between 21st and 20th place. Armshot asks, how many hours estimated until the final table? Well, sometimes that's asking how long is a piece of string. I would predict you're looking at about 3 hours before we reach the final table. Maybe a little bit less. It just depends how many clashes we have. There's a lot of big stacks, there's a lot of chips in play, there was a lot of entries, so this one could go on for quite some time. Also, Armshot, you've got to take into consideration that there's 12 tickets up for grabs. That slows play considerably. We'll have a better idea when we come back after the redraw, which is 5 eliminations away. Picking up the action here. Cut off against hijack against big blind. Simon with the best hand at the moment. Piece of it for Dulciata. Nook asked a very interesting question. He says, where do all the folks coming to the World Series of Poker Europe sleep? I've only been to smaller tournaments in the Czech, but the feel of the main event got to be in thousands, surely. There is surrounding accommodations, and some of the rooms are at a reduced price. You can find out all the information and you can book a room. The link is in the chat. Good man, Apocalypse, thank you. That's why you're in the executive committee. Look at those graphics in the back again with that midnight blue. I love it. I mean, green has to be my favorite color considering I'm Irish, or maybe the color of a potato. I don't know. But I am partial to that midnight blue. Average stack is 21.5 big blinds at the moment. Don't let that fool you though. There is a lot of chips in play. Beam wants to know what commentator is in the booth. It's Action Man Dan. Now, this is way too tight from Dulciata there. Just giving a walk in the small blind with a hand as strong as King 3 suited. That's a no-no. It's hard enough to pick up those blinds and antes when you've got a king's in the small. You want to use it to your advantage there. At the very least, be completing. Secondly, raising, but I prefer off that stack size, 15 bigs or less, to just straight up rip. Queen 9, the small here for Stanislav, 17 big blinds, and the decision. Wants to be completing this one at the very least. Can't see exactly how much the big blind has, but I think I might just rip this one. Yeah, I'd rip this for 16 bigs total. Any less, actually, I think I'll just rip. I don't mind just completing. King Jack Deuce is the flop. Piece of it here for both players. Stanislav going to start by betting. Wants to bet about half pot, 350, something like that. Bets 350. And for Musa, I think he just wants to call. I will say as well, Arm Shot, that you're asking how long until they reach the final table. Once the ticket bubble is burst, when we have 12 players remaining, action will get more fast and furious. Players will breathe a sigh of relief and things will go a lot quicker. Now, Stanislav has to decide here if he wants to continue betting. If he wants to continue betting, he wants to bet an amount that looks like it's perceiving to set up a river jam. With about 1.6 million in the middle, I want to bet about 850. He goes for 850. Now, Musa wants to be calling here a second time. Does call. River comes to 7 of clubs. 3.3 million in the pot. 3.3 million in Musa's stack. If I'm Stanislav, I've bet the flop. I've bet the turn. I'm jamming the river. We can see it's not going to work. We've got action. Musa going to be ready to snap this one off. Hitting 2 pair on the river. It's not ideal for us having a 9 and a queen in our hand because we block some of the draws we want our opponent to have. Interesting to see what Stanislav does here. Stanislav decides to give up, and you know what? I don't think that that's a bad give up considering the overall range of Musa. The thing is though, Musa won't have hands like King Jack, Jacks, Kings. Very unlikely. And we block hands like King Queen. King 9. Would you have shoved on this river, guys? Let me know in the chat. Musa playing games here. He's clearly going to be betting. Now, if I want to get paid him and a Musa, I bet no more than half the pot here. Maybe 1.8 million sounds nice. Around 1.8. Yeah, looks like he goes for 1.4, something very similar to what I recommended. For me, I've bet the flop, I've bet the turn. I'm betting the turn to set up a river jam. He's decided to go against his plan. Not saying that was his plan, but when he bets on the turn, does give a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. He's not supposed to have too much King X in his range. Armshot reckons his plan was to hit it straight. Yeah, that's a good plan to have. But don't chase dreams, for you will rarely catch them. And that is the end of that hand. I know Facial Twitch would have kept barreling anyway. He's a big bluffing donkey. Bim asked, are there any guys from that are Dutch on the outer table? We only have information about the feature table. I don't have any information about the outer tables at the moment.
Raise 650. 6 plus.
Yes, Bim, that's always the way it's been. It's always the way we have it on the stream. It's just because of the delay, it's very hard for us to have. I can't be talking about our tables as well because I don't know what's happened on them. It would just be really difficult. It'd be very confusing for the viewers. Handy Clapped says Dunphy would be the most annoying player to play with. Under the gun from Simon opens. Lazar gonna call in the big.
4-bet 550.
Facial twitch has always been somewhat of a doctor. Yeah, what's the diagnosis, facial twitch? Do you think the arm has been shot off? $50 for the call to find out. The diagnosis is you've been gambling too much, you've lost one of your arms, and you now are called Frankie Four Fingers. You lost a finger in battle in a 3-bet pot. Just pay $50 and facial twitch will actually listen to your bad beats in a voice clip. I've had to pay the man to listen to my bad beats several times before, just to the point where I was basically commentating for free. The girl called me the donkey with 3 legs, don't know why. Don't be putting that in any children's bedtime stories anytime soon. You a bad man. Musa on the button, Jack 8 of hearts, wants to be opening this one. Armshot says too much beer. Not enough beer. If you got your arm shot off, you want to be careful with the other arm, because then you'll have no hands to drink beer with, and then you've got a real drinking problem.
Bet 300.
Lazar just betting 300k here with the 8-6 off suit. Nice hand to just take down, uncontested. Facial twitch says, got no drinking problems, not even after I got you, Don, to lend me a hand. Not at the moment, buddy. I got too fat over the summer. Trying not to get too involved. I do have my holidays coming up soon though, and unfortunately I'm not going to Italy or Rozvadov this year, but I'll be over there this time next year. Maybe I will just get a one-way ticket. What do you reckon, facial twitch? Come for a whole year if they roll out the red carpet. That would be awesome. You could be my noble steed. I need a stallion. So folks, 20 players still remain, and that means the pay jump has been reached. So all players remaining have secured €5,450 at the moment. A lot of pressure on with those tickets up for grabs, and the small matter of playing for €150,000 for the win from a €350 buy-in. Pressure is on, and most players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before.
Bet 350.
Simon going to bet 350 here on the Jack 7-4 2 heart flop. These blind v blind battles very important.
6 go. Bet 675.
Simon betting 675 here on the turn. That 4 diamonds pairing the board. I think P wants to hang around to see a river here for this price. And he is going to call. River now bringing the 4 of hearts. And Simon now with a flush, but board is not great for a flush considering there are 3 4s out there. I would bet really small sizing if I was in Simon's shoes. And if I don't, then I would go into check call mode for a small sizing and check fold for a large sizing. Pete will take that one down. Expect to see him bet there. Decided to just cut his losses. Didn't want to get snapped off by a jack. I don't think a jack checks on that river. So I think that is a very, very tight check back there by P. He did get super lucky late last night actually to win a nice pot, and I was just saying maybe these are lucky glasses, and he cracked aces with ace-10 offsuit, turning a straight. That's propelled him to get down to the last 20. P in the small blind here with ace-8. Can't see exactly how much chips the big blind has, but he definitely wants to be trying to find a way to get it in if it's sub 20, and it is. So once we complete here, if Phil was to bump it up to like 3x, like 800k, 900k, or a mil, we just come over the top. We could just shove ourselves, but it seems like a lot. Denmo242 says, hello everybody, hello Denmo. He said, is there any redraw in the last 16 today? We will have a redraw when we have 4 more eliminations. So Phil raises to 1 million, and now P just wants to be coming over the top. It's going to be hard to play out of position. And he does rate to have the best hand the majority of the time, so he just wants to shove all in and take this down uncontested. Does shove it all in, and Phil gonna save some face, probably thinks about it for a minute or so before folding. Sucks for Phil there, just losing 1 million like that, but he rates to take down that pot the majority of the time by raising it up, so can't really blame him. Could have just checked his option. Went with the latter and paid the price, or the former, and paid the price on this occasion. So Simon opens here to 650. Phil with the rejam. for just over 15 bigs. And the King Jack's not going to be able to withstand this pressure. Will eventually have to let it go. Does fold. Nice pick up there for Phil. Andy Clapped asked how many are left. You can see the top right hand corner of your screen. There are 20 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 3,407. Lithuanian Pro says, WTF, what? We need a clock. Well, you see, I've mentioned this several times now. They're taking additional time because there are pay jumps, etc. And Dulciata on the button is going to shove 10.5 bigs with the king 8 offsuit. Phil is just going to fold from the hijack here with a hand as strong as ace-10 offsuit. That is a misstep from Phil. Wants to have some hands in his min-raise folding range, and that one would fall into that category. Sometimes you might even put that in your min-raise calling range off that stack depth, but maybe not the way this is playing at the feature table at the moment, playing out. Musa completes in the small with the ace-9 of clubs. And Lazar going to check his option with 6-5 offsuit. Musa with enough flush draw. Trying to check on the flop. I think he should be betting the flop. Now, Lazar has a piece of this on the turn. $25 is the bet from Musa. And Lazar is going to call in the big. River is the king. Double pair board now. If I'm Musa, I'm either going to bet really small here, or I'm going into check call mode. He does eventually bet 850. Musa hoping to get called by worse. I guess he can't get raised on the river unless his opponent has a king, maybe occasionally a queen, although I think a queen just calls. Anis is in the house, says, hey guys. Hello, Anis. Stanislav is going to shove with the king 10 suited. Stanislav gets it through. Dope Man asks, will we see the other tables? No, we just have information at the feature table. Sorry. Anna's asked a very, very good question here. Is what do I think about people wearing sunglasses? I think it is up. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it depends what you are giving away. I think one massive advantage of wearing sunglasses is you can look at other people and they don't know that you are staring right at them. I think it's bad because unless you really need the right shades and it's lights, camera, action, you're wearing the shades. For that reason, I think they can be quite good. But like on outer tables or day one, I don't really see the point. It depends who's at your table as well. I think there's merits to just having no shades, eyeballing someone as well. Be quite intimidating. I do think if someone is wearing the hat, the sunglasses, and the face mask, it is a bit overkill because Technically, you don't even know who you're playing against anymore. Could be Ghost Malone for all you know. But thank you for your question. Yeah, if there's a lot of light at the table, they could be very beneficial. But I think I'd rather have them. I'd rather have shades and have them and not need them than need them and not have them. Armshot says if there's a lot of light at the table, the sunglasses could be relaxing. Yeah, it depends. I myself have very sensitive eyes, so I have a sensitivity to the light. So if I was at the feature table, I would be aiming to wear shades. I actually need to get glasses though before I go play more live poker. I've struggled sometimes to see turn and river if I'm in one of the seats at either end of the table trying to glare in. I also seen a guy playing heads up for a lot of money with Kings a few months ago. He was an OLAD. He got a fantastic result, but you could see that he needed new shades. He was standing up during the heads up battles looking in to the board. Surely that's giving away significant information. I remember commentating on it at length at the time. If you feel like someone is reading you a lot at the table, then it's no harm to stick on the shades or turtling, as they call it, putting up your hood, whatever you need to do. I think having the glasses there is fine, but you don't need the hoodie, the glasses, and the face mask or the hat all at once. It's just a lot. I think the best thing to wear at a table would be a Bane mask. I would love to wear a Bane mask at the table. If I made a huge final table, I would come in dressed as Bane. That would be awesome. 18 players remaining now. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Isn't that what they say? Armshot says could be insecure too for some people. Well, if you feel like you are picking up more information by wearing the shades, then why wouldn't you wear them? You're not giving out as much. I don't like the idea of someone staring at me as well. You see it a lot at the higher stakes where you're staring at someone, they stare back at you. Then your eyes are locked and you don't want to look away. You don't want them to look away, and it just becomes this awkward moment. It's just a dick swinging competition at that stage. Who can maintain eye contact for longer? There's just better things you could be doing at the table, but if you're picking up the information, then you got to use every advantage that you have. Like, what do I think of this guy's shades? I personally wouldn't wear them, but he seems to be having a great time wearing them. And if he does bust, he's not too far from the slopes. He can go skiing. Anna says he reads are there, but you use reads to look weak. Well, it's just, if you're printing and you're having a great tourney and you've been wearing shades all along, then I don't see the reason to stop wearing shades if you're picking up the information. If you're just wearing them to look cool, it's not a big deal. People can get other tells and reads, you know. There's a lot of betting patterns. It's a game of incomplete information. I do like the idea of having shades there, though, if I want to throw them on, especially if I'm at the feature table. Armshot says, no matter how good poker player we think we are, sometimes we must be humble too. Also, I've big problems, not massive problems, but I sometimes I struggle to maintain eye contact. That if you're going to be staring down people and they're staring back at you, it is kind of cool to have shades on so they don't know whether you're still looking at them or not. I like that, so you don't have to be locked in when you're engaging with a strong player, because they can pick up on tells. Every little thing we do telegraphs something to our opponent. And we can see it all go all in and call here because Stanislav is completing in the small blind to surely shove over the top. Sorry, it's an under the gun. I thought it was big blind. Lazar is raised to 850, so Stanislav's just going to let this one go with 18 players remaining. We also have a pay jump looming from 18th to 17th place. The difference is from €5,450 to €6,300. So €850 pay jump. 2 eliminations away from the redraw. $954 is the flop. Musa defending. I think it's a bit of a wide defend from an under the gun open, but it is suited. I can get behind it some of the time. Armshot says after doing this a few times, looking up from the table, you're going to be telegraphing. He looks up from the table when he has a strong hand and when he bluffs. Got to keep the regs guessing, buddy. Lazar going to go for tin value. Betting 600k. I like this once it's been checked to the river. Musa is just going to shove. Takes it down. Memes the debt with a funny comment. Janot is in the house. Hello, Janot. Ace flats 100% on a shallow stack in some spots, or most even. So the blinds at 200, 400, 400, went up a hand or two ago. This will put significant additional pressure on the shorter stacks. Bigger stacks need to use that to their advantage and raise wider. Musa min raising on the button with Jack 10 off suit for 15 bigs, and Simon waking up with two red ladies in the big. Gonna just rejam this one. Simon going for a 3-bet to 2.3 million from the big. This looks super strong to Musa. I think I prefer to just jam off this stack size. Musa forced to let it go. Apocalypse says, problem with online is they call with trash and then river the nuts every time, so you got the joke players, but then the scam sites reward it. Well, that's why we prefer live poker, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. That's what you're watching if you're just tuning in. It's the WOLF Millionaire. We are playing down to a winner tonight. Six-handed action at the moment. Simon Rambazar with a lot of the chips in play at this feature. Couple of short stacks. Need to get a move on. Stanislav with the aces. The two blackberries racing to 900k, leaving himself with 5 big blinds behind. I think he's better off just shoving, honestly. It's just going to look unbelievably strong to the rest of the table here. Musa going to give this a small bit of time before shoving. Although I wouldn't. This is incredible because it's going to look so strong. I don't think Stanislav is doing this with a hand that he's folding with. It's got to be aces, right? So Musa does re-jam for 5.3 million total. P gets out of the way and Stanislav just needs to snap. King A4 is the flop. Musa going to need a lot of help here. It's not to be. Stanislav survives. Musa will pay the man and be left with 5, almost 6 big blinds behind. Anis asked a very good question. Dan, do you think there's any way you can fold ace queen? I actually do, yeah. I just think that looked incredibly strong off 7 big blinds, but I have seen players try sneak one through off that stack depth several times on this channel, so don't blame the ace queen for stacking off. But I believe if I was sitting in that seat, I would probably find a way of folding ace queen there. That sounds crazy. I'm at home, I can see the cards, but when you break it down, I think he might have a few raised folds, but the rest of the hands that he is opening off that stack size with a few players behind to act, it's a very, very nutted range. We're also playing 6-handed, which is important to note. So yes, Anis, I think there is a way of just getting rid of the ace-queen there. Now, ace-king is a different story. I don't think I can get away from ace-king. Having said that, players that raise off 7 bigs like that, there doesn't tend to be hands like ace-king. I'm not too worried about ace-king there. I'm worried about aces, kings, and queens. So I would stack off with ace-king plus there, and I would fold ace-jack suited and maybe even ace-queen suited, ace-queen offsuit as well. Now, I wouldn't be making a habit of that, and I don't want the players at the table to know that, but in that exact spot, it just looked extremely strong. And it's asked, what am I doing with jacks? I think I'm stacking off with 10s or jacks plus. I know that goes against what I just said because it looks so strong, but I don't know if I can find a fold with jacks. Maybe in that spot, if my spidey senses are tingling, I find a way of just stacking off with queens plus, but I think jacks is just going to be so strong. Against, what if our opponent is raise calling with a hand like ace 10? I mean, they shouldn't be, but maybe we're giving the original opener too much credit here. And you know what? I think you make a point there, black blocking aces and queens there with ace queen, but if we're going to fold ace queen, then maybe we should just be folding jacks. It just looks incredibly strong. Like they're never raised folding there. I don't like using the word never, but it looks like that they're willing to stack off. Also, just the way he put his chips over the line as well. Everything was just indicating strength to me on that occasion. It's very easy for me to say this when I can see the cards. Neutral makes a very, very good point. Exactly what I'm trying to get through to you is he could be a fish raising with 7-6 suited. We don't like the word fish out here because, you know, we go on the boat, we try to catch the fish, but we no catch the fish and we make no money. Turn is the 3 of hearts. And the river is the 9 of clubs. Well, we need fresh fish now because A is 17 players remaining and we are one elimination away from the redraw. Unlucky sir, good game. Good game, Musa. So, with 17 players remaining now, all players guaranteed a minimum of €6,300. Anis asked, is this a new series in Kings? Well, I've been commentating for Kings for 18 months now, and I have never come across the WOLF Millionaire. It must be something that's on once a year. I don't remember commentating on an event called the WOLF Millionaire, but I could be totally wrong. I've banged my head too many times. Try to just live in the present moment. Dulciata all in for his last 6 big blinds. No, I haven't seen this series before. I'd remember a wolf. I remember a millionaire, and I remember a WOLF Millionaire. The Wolf of Wall Street. One of my, I wouldn't say my top favorite movie ever, but up there. Very, very good movie. Really cool. Queen 9-3 is the flop. Dulciata. There is a Shark Bay, yes, for sure. That's when I'm always talking in an Australian accent. There's always a shark in the water, mate. Turn is the 5 of clubs. And P needing to get lucky on this river. River is the 3 of clubs. So Dulciata will double up. Dope man asks, how long will the break take place when you redraw? It's usually around just under a 20-minute break. Just over. Between 15 and 20 minutes will be the break, and the break will be when we have one more elimination. Stanislav taking it down with the kings. And it says he's playing in Holland. We have Breda Series, and a month later the Master Classics in Amsterdam. But don't forget about the Dutch Classics next weekend. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. That is going to be my last broadcasting for nearly a month. So make sure you tune into that one. It'll be a good warm-up session for what's to come. I am, of course, speaking about the World Series of Poker Europe with 15 million guaranteed, 15 events. And that means there's 15 bracelets up for grabs. Something around that area. And it says, we're going to miss you, Dan. We're going to miss you too, buddy. It's not lost if you know where it is. I'll be back. Lazar on the button here with ace-9 off suit.
3 raise, 850. 4 pass.
P with the rejam. And I really like this from P. I wasn't expecting to see this. You want to have some of these combos. Queen 8 suited, a nice one to rejam from a wide button opening range. And for Lazar, he's going to call him off here. Will be far ahead of P's rejamming range. Doesn't love it though. And now it's a 60-40. And this pot is huge, 11.4 million. Five, 3 deuce is the flop. Good start for Lazar. Turn is a lady. P smacking that turn card, and that is devastating to Lazar. He would have been up at nearly 18 million, but now he's going to be back down at 6.6 unless he gets lucky on this river. It's the 6 of diamonds. P survives, doubles up, and will sit back down. Big moment there for the both players involved, and it going in the direction of that man right there. What a big hand of action that was. Stanislav under the gun now, raising to 900k with the ace-queen off suit. Peter said the WOLF series is usually played in Liechtenstein. Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't seen it before on the calendar.
4 pass. 6 pass. And 8 pass. Big bounty.
P now on the button with Jack 7 suited. Nice candidate there for an open. Sneak one through, try to steal the blinds and antes, but they're now worth $1 million. The WOLF Millionaire, every time you can successfully take down blinds and antes, adding $1 million to your stack, which is so huge at this late stage. And P is going to take down the blinds and antes, adding that $1 million to his stack. And it looks like we have had an elimination on an outer table. So that is going to do it, folks. We are going to go on a break. We will be back within 20 minutes for lots more action. We'll be coming back with 2 tables of 8. Back in a few moments.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand like tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with oh boy, the tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up. Greetings, Peter from Poker City. Provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels Seems like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that sounds like some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call.
Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Je to tam 400, ty stovky, 100 tisíce. 4, 5?
Million spolu.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining out. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on Ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action.
125.
And from Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. 2 very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather.
All in.
Julian Martini announces himself, and
King
Bourbois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh,
well.
wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace king 9,
On the
right?
turn.
Wow, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or king needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
All right, folks, never fear. Dan the man, Action Man Dan is back and here. Yassine on the button with Ace King offsuit. We've had one elimination occur. On an outer table. Yassine is just shoving from the button. I would prefer for him to just raise call with a hand as strong as Ace King, but we are 3 eliminations away from securing a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, so I understand that he just wants to take down the blinds and antes. And Sherimosh is just going to fold. I still think we are doing ourselves a disservice just shoving the Ace King. I know I get some rebuttals in the chat about the 10 grand ticket, but we are playing for 15 tickets up top, 150,000 euro. We've got a lot of new faces at this table. Florian going to 3-bet here with Ace Jack off suit. So it is squeaky bum time. We are 3 eliminations away from the ticket bubble. All players guaranteed a minimum of 7,150 euro at the moment, which is a really nice score within itself for a 350 buy-in, but we don't want to give you that. Daniel with the open. Florian with the 3-bet, getting it through. Now, fold all the way around to cut off for Lazar. As a min raise. And Eyal Seydov is going to fold from the small. And P is going to be printing with a shove here with pocket sevens. Now, it looks like P is going to defend, and I understand this with what's at stake, but I would prefer for him to just use this as a rejam. It's going to play better. He is the covering stack and can apply maximum pressure to Lazar. Instead it comes ace, ace, queen, and now P very likely will just have to check fold. Lazar just going to bet one big. And if I'm P, even though it is ace, ace, queen, I might get sticky here and call for just one big blind. Does decide to just let it go. Daniel Novak, who we've seen on this channel before. He's an accomplished player, one to watch out for. Yassine, who we seen at the feature table last night as well, he just had a very shove or fold sort of a strategy. We seen that just a few moments ago with the ace king on the button. Yal with 7 bigs, king jack off suit on the button, needs to just move this one all in. And for P, if this was for a little bit less, probably would call, but with what's at stake and that ticket up for grabs, I suspect we will just see him let this go. He is going to take his time, and that is understandable. Update, the chip counts are as follows. Daniel is your chip leader at this table. Yal playing 10 bigs is your short stack and everything in between. Really interesting dynamic unfolding here at the moment. And Quasarm asking how many's left in the field. You can see this top right hand corner of your screen. There are 15 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 3,407. Yal gonna 3x, which is very strange off this stack size. We'll have 7 big blinds behind. Daniel Novak will get away from it. Daniel Novak has total live earnings of 50k. So not loads, but he is one to watch out for on these last two tables. Lazar gonna min raise here. With 15 big blinds behind. Florian is just going to defend with King 7 off suit. I don't know if I love this defend given the dynamic at the moment, but he does go for it. Jack 8-6 is the flop. Lazar decides to check this one back. Understandable. $1.3 million is the delayed continuation bet from Lazar. Florian just shoves on him. Prefer to just call. Either way, Florian takes it down. Moves just over the 12 million mark, which is currently good for 30 big blinds. Yal, ace 10, 10 big blinds. Gonna have to shove this one. Decides to just use it as a raise. Raises to 1.3 mil. And Bogdan Falconi will be putting a stop to this because he has got the kings of kings in the cutoff. Just under 20 bigs to start the hand.
Raise 3 million. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 5 pass.
Good thing Yal didn't shove because would have ran straight into the kings. Red Misty is in the house, says sorry, not trying to cause any aggro. Why not, man? We love aggro. Bring all the aggro. I love some aggro. He said, but why are the adverts so frequent on this channel these days? They weren't before. Well, it's the same on YouTube as well. You could like and subscribe and it gets rid of it all.
Raise 1.2.
I understand what you're saying. I think a lot of streaming services has just gone that way, Red Misty. It's a sign of the times, my friend. Nice to have you with us. Hope you're well. Bogdan raising to 1.2 million with the Jeffries in the hijack.
Raise 2.8. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 7 call. 2-8. Heads up.
So Daniel has chosen to 3-bet with 9-6 suited. It goes check, check on the flop. I would prefer to see Daniel bet something small with backdoors working for him in the form of straight and flush draw on a paired board with the betting lead in such a large pot.
7-bet 1,050,000.
Bogdan betting 1 million into a pot of nearly 7 million. Daniel is going to let it go. Bogdan wins a nice pot. Hope you all enjoyed your dinner break. I know I did. God damn, I had a lot of food. Holy smokes. KM says, I already donate plenty to Kings. Don't worry about that. Apocalypse. Are you going for the Dutch Classics, KM? I think you said you were, or you're waiting for something else. I can't remember right now off the top of my head. Daniel is going to raise from the hijack, and Florian is just going to call. One more elimination has occurred, so 14 remaining now, 2 tables of 7. And share in the big blind. Can see a flop for 600k more. I like those odds considering there's nearly 3.6 million in the pot, getting the guts of 6 to 1. What a flop this is for share. This one goes check, 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 and the turn is the Queen of Clubs. Daniel going to try buy this one with a small bet, betting 1.1 million.
River heads up.
River is the deuce of diamonds. Share going to check one more time. And now with 6.2 million in the pot, Daniel has to decide whether he's going to continue to try bluff. Might get an 8 to fold, a 7 to fold, a 3 to fold. Even a queen will have to give up some of the time. Loads of talk going on about the World Series of Poker Europe. KM says he's in Istanbul right now, eating all the pastries. Going to be tough when he's back home. Paul says he never donated, never subbed to use ad blocker on my neighbour's Wi-Fi. My man. Johan is indeed going to the Dutch Classics, yes. I'll let you all have your fun this year, lads. I'll let you know when it's time to roll out the red carpet. Don't you worry about that. And KM, I was thinking it might just have to be a one-way flight. One-way ticket to paradise. KM says he bring Bird too. He needs to collect his free hoodie from the shop. Still waiting on my free hoodie. All the merch. We've got new merch now as well. Official World Series of Poker Kings merch. So Cher going to raise to 1 million, and P just wants to be shoving this one from the small. Doesn't want to be 3-betting juicing. Doesn't want to be flatting. That only leaves one option unless you're folding, and he ain't going to be folding ace king to a single raise from the button. Just wants to shove it all in, take this one down uncontested. And Cher is just going to take his time before folding. And he will pick up the 2 million that's out there up for grabs.
Okay guys, change deal, I wish you good luck.
Alright.
KM says he's not sure about shoving ace king there. But sure, you're only 2 eliminations away from the ticket. You don't want to be 3-bet calling. And it wasn't 27 big blinds. You had 21 big blinds to start the hand. Just over 10 million. Yeah, you say it's a big stack to shove, but what's the alternative? 3-bet? You don't want to be. No, there's no other move there. I'm sorry, Cam. With 10 grand up for grabs with the ticket, we don't want to be inducing. We don't want to be going post flop out of position. We don't want to be folding. So therefore, we just jam. I know it might seem like a lot, but that's just the way it goes. We're adding 2 million to our stack, and it's a better alternative than the other options. The only time I would be not shoving all in there is if I'm inducing a 4-bet to 5-bet rip. There's no point in 3-betting small in that particular situation, KM, because if you entice your opponent to call, you're out of position. You could lose too much chips when we don't hit the board. That ticket is everything right now until it's not, and we still have 2 eliminations to go. But I do say it myself that we can't be factoring every decision into just 10 grand when we're playing for 150, but I just shove up to 30 big blinds there, unless... So if you 3-bet small, is your 3-bet juicing. What if your opponent shoves 5s in your face and you call it off and lose a flip? It's just a horrific situation that you can... Anytime we can avoid this high variance, you could argue that it's a high variance to just shove over the top, but it's the best play available to us, and that is what we always gauge for. Daniel in the small blind with 21 bigs, ace-10 suited. And trips now for Florian on the turn here. Blind v blind battle. Game says, I don't know, I wouldn't be playing the ticket bubble scared like that. Playing for the money first ticket is a bonus. That's fine, man, but the maths would indicate when there is 12 players going to get a 10k ticket and you come 14th or 13th over making a mistake that was unavoidable, that's on you, buddy. Shares turn to open, opens to 1.1 million with the king queen offsuit. Red Misty says, you have more knowledge than me, I just enjoy the commentary. Thank you very much for your comment. I enjoy the chat, bouncing ideas off each other as well. It's awesome. Every day is a learning day. You're seeing now 600k to call. He's getting almost 4-1 initial. There is a raise from Share after checking back the flop. Risky business, by the way. Raised to 3.3 million. And now Yassine is just going to have to fold with 6 big blinds behind. Don't really like his lead here on the turn, by the way. It is kind of a blocker-ish type sizing, but without a spade or a diamond working for us, we just have a straight draw with third pair on the board. I just think we want to check. And he's not happy about that, but has to let it go. Daniel going for a raise from the cutoff, raising to 1.1 million with the ace deuce of hearts. And Lazar is going to shove for his last 6.5 bigs. Such a limited amount of fold equity here. I don't see Daniel folding this one. Getting 2.5 to 1 initial odds. He can't fold here. I was surprised to see Lazar shove from the big. I think he knows that he's priced in here. There is a big pay jump, by the way. Difference from 14th to 13th place is €7,150 to €8,000. That is why you're seeing him take so long, even though he is not the at-risk player. He's trying to wind down the clock. If I'm Lazar, I wouldn't stack off here with King 4 suited. We just have to post the small, and then we've got a full orbit before the blinds come back to us. I just think we could have picked a better spot. I mean, it just can't be a shove if we have no fold equity here. Guys, you're on about it maybe being a fold here. It's for 4 big blinds more. He's forced to call. He can't let it go. The price is way too good. And Lazar will be happy to see how much equity he had, but not on that flop on 10-8, 3-2 heart board. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Lazar has been eliminated. He doesn't look too happy. Unlucky, sir. Good game. He will take home €7,150. For his efforts, that means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €8,000. But here's where it is squeaky bum time, because the difference between 13th and 12th is nothing in the money jump, but it is everything in the ticket jump. So we're looking at a €10,000 bubble here is the difference between 13th and 12th, ladies and gentlemen. Florian 3-betting to 3.6 million. Bit of a large 3-bet size, but I understand he just doesn't want to even be going post-flop. P with the open, he's going to be forced to let this one go with ace-4 suited. Does eventually take that one down. Flooring going to raise in the hijack here with the ace-jack offsuit, and you've seen from the cutoff with just 6 bigs. Difficult decision here with ace-8, but with no fold equity, I just let it go. Yeah, quite a long tank there, but understandable given the circumstances. I feel like I am repeating myself too many times with the same sentences, but what can you do? It is what it is. And here we have ace king against ace king. This is going to go all in. Yeah, look, they're just going to take their time here. There's nothing anyone can do. It's just too big of a bubble, folks. I don't know what the bottom of Yassine's range is, but I would feel awful stacking off with ace queen here with 6 bigs, and you can call me crazy, but that is just the way it is when it's such a big bubble.
Uguali, passo K, passo K.
Ready pocket pair as well could easily eliminate him. Daniel and Yassine are going to just chop this one up. I understand, folks, you're finding this part of the tournament boring, but I mean, it is very exciting at the same time on the bubble for a 10k ticket and 4 eliminations away from the biggest final table of your life. Share is going to raise to 1.1 million with pocket tens. Daniel lets it go. Doesn't take too long. Yassine under the gun here, Jack 10. So what's happening basically is, as well, the blinds and antes are going to keep hitting the players, and it does affect the tournament to a certain degree. Yes, we're going to get a 10 grand ticket for yourself, but at what cost? Sometimes players that are short going to get a lot shorter. And you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, someone has been eliminated on an outer table, and that means the bubble has been bursted. Queens must have folded there. What the hell have I just seen? Someone must have thought that the bubble was... Oh, he wasn't seated. It was an auto fold. Phew. Thanks for clearing that up. So, folks, 12 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of 8 grand in cash and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event in less than a month's time. Dealer took his cards because he wasn't sitting in his chair. You know the rules. And what a moment here for Yassine from France with the deuces and now 4 bigs. The opportunity to shove all in with his pair. Cher going to snap him off. King 10-8 is the flop. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. And that is going to do it for Yassine. He should be delighted with himself. Securing that ticket. He has been eliminated in 12th place, and that means 11 players remaining now. What a big mistake there, by the way, to not be seated when you are... Okay, most of the time you're not going to have a monster, but this late in the tournament, you cannot be missing a hand. Ivan is in the house, says Wazak Kings. Chat and mods, how's everyone? We are very good, Ivan. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen we've had 3 eliminations there in 2 hands, so 1 elimination away from the final table. Florian is going to 3-bet. With 10 remaining, all guaranteed, €8,975 in cash and a 10 grand ticket. As Ivan says, 3,407 players, amazing. Only kings can bring this kind of fields. Yes, indeed. $150 for first for a 350 buy-in is amazing. Stunning. Kings smashing it out of the park as per usual. Florian takes that one down with a 3-bet. And it looks like we're going to go on a break for 15 minutes or less. I will see you all in a few moments. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy, get it done. On the horse, two very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
It's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather. Julian Martini announces himself, and Pourpoint just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Oh, wow.
King of spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight. King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace, King, 9,
the turn.
Wow, could be down to 2 million. 6-hit game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9-ball corner pocket. And the Triton boss man extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate run out is the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count? Okay. How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
See you.
Good game.
Bro, you have to... Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. The cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every life situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK saying, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early. for me. Going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old Rose Stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tease of it being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat. Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket 5s. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away.
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
From either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
Favorite spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked 6s, like 6s, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like.
yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10, or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100K victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short. Embrace it, event number 11, 5th place for 100.
million.
Never fear, Action Man Dan is back and here. Share gonna raise to 1.2 million here. Blinds have just gone up. 300k is the small blind. 600k is the big blind, but a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. And PT wants to be rejamming this one pretty much all of the time. With 10 remaining on the final table, bubble. This becomes a clear jam off a stack depth of 20 or less to start the hand.
6 raise only.
All in and call. And this is a golden opportunity for Share to eliminate a player and bring us to our final table. P gonna need a lot of help. We've seen him get a lot of help in 2 all-in situations. Once last night when he cracked aces and once earlier when he got lucky as well. Came from behind. Let's see if there's a third one in this chapter for P. Queen 10-8 gives him a bit of hope. 32% equity. Oh my God, the turn. Wow. That is the 3rd time. We also seen him win that 3-way all-in earlier. Incredible stuff. River coming to 9 of hearts. You really got a feel for Share there. With 22.8 million in that pot, would have set him over the 30 million mark, giving him 50 big blinds on the way to the final table. But it wasn't to be. He's got to pay the man. That turn card smacking P in the face with the straight. And what a difference a card makes. P will sit back down playing the close to 40 big blinds, and that man there will be playing 15 bigs or below. Incredible start back. Daniel going to take down the blinds and antes, this time with the ace-king of diamonds. Greek Greedy Dane says, yo, in the house of Dan. In the name of the Lord, let us pray. We pray our family has lots of stereos and lots of potatoes. Howdy doody.
4 raise all in.
Cher just going to straight up jam, and that looks like a very frustrating jam here from Cher, playing just 16 bigs there. I just say just, but just under 16 bigs. He's just shoving. That is a man who's frustrated after losing such a massive pot. Pulled all the way around to the small blind of Florian. By the way, we done a chip race on the break, and the yellow chips you see in play are 1 million each. Those are the 5 players at this table, and this is going to put significant pressure on them also, with the blinds and antes hitting them every couple of hands. Got to make moves if you want to stay alive in this game. Daniel going for a steal here with the Queen 7 of clubs from the cutoff. Gets through everyone except the big blind. The big blind's not going to continue here with the 8-3 offsuit. Now, this is far too light from P. He's not even going to consider limping or completing in the small, but the hand as strong as Queen 7. Definitely wants to be limping there, and I would use it as a raise. And to put pressure on the big blind. Florian's turn to go for a steal here with the 10-8 of clubs. Very shocked to see a hand as strong as Queen Jack suited fold there, by the way. Very tight play. Caginess happening with 10 players remaining. One elimination away from the final table. This one getting checked down to the river. And now Florian is going to try steal it with a bet at 1.5 million. Doesn't really make sense, but looks like it's going to work. Florian going to take that one down with 10-8 of clubs. That's a great pickup for him with just 10 high. Looked like he was going to make a move when he's tanking for that long. Decided against it. Guys giving out about time wasting as well. Facial twitch is back, says Queen Jack suited fold. Yeah, I just mentioned that in position. It's because there's such a large pay jump between 10th and 9th, guys. Come on. Like, look at the difference. The difference is from 8,975 euro to 10,659 euro. Facial Twitch says he mentioned before me, Don, about Queen Jack. Yeah, well, sorry, man. I was trying to commentate on the hand. I only caught up afterwards. I'll try to do better next time, Facial Twitch. Great to have you back with us. You were sorely missed, especially when we had marathon streams going on. I commentated 4 days of PLO. You would have so many things to give out to me about, but you weren't around. I came to the channel's rescue at the last minute with 8 minutes to spare or something. Did 2 10K high roller PLOs back to back. Then I had a break on the Sunday. I got to do a 250 no limit hold'em. That went on until, so we had 2 nights going on till nearly 5 in the morning. Then one was 3 in the morning. Oh, sorry. The first stream was over by about midnight. The commentating was sit and go with Elkie. And then on the Monday, then it was the 2K PLO Big Rap main event. Daniel going to steal this one with the 9-7 of hearts on the button. Facial Twitch says enough money to pay for the drinks from 4 days of commentating. Oh yeah. I didn't need any drink, man. I was already seeing double, 4 cards instead of 2. The double stuff, the double trouble. And then all the cards out on the board as well. And then all the outs on the screen. Spoiled I was. Action coming out through my arse. Imaginary PLO. Yeah, I must have dreamt about all of this in my sleep. Cher is going to complete in the small blind with Ace King off 16 bigs or so. Now, I think P should probably just shove. And it looks like Cher is going to get his own back here. This is a big pot. We just seen him lose one for 23 million. There's 20 million in this pot. If P gets lucky here, that's the 3rd time he has got extremely lucky today and cracked the aces last night. That is the nature of the beast. And this beast this weekend is the WOLF Millionaire. I feel nervous for Cher as P nearly falls over in excitement. Here we go. It is ace queen 3, looking pretty safe here for Cher. Turn is the jack of clubs. River is the jack of hearts, and Cher gets some momentum back, and now he's playing 20 million. And you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, someone has been eliminated on the outer table, and that means we have our final 9. We are going to go on a 20-minute break and get this final table up and running for your viewing pleasure. I hope you're enjoying the show. We're about to see chips flying everywhere at this FT. It's going to be action-packed. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him.
Yeah. Bottom of range when our opponents could easily just, 3x trashy hands like a3 and whatnot.
I think you're absolutely right, Henry. I think we want to be limping in there sometimes. Obviously, it is nice to just go ahead and rip and, see what happens, let the cards fall where they may, but getting trappy is never a bad thing. Particularly a hand like Queens, which doesn't need too much protection from overcards. As we see Pansier raising to 500,000 under the gun, comes with the min open, and Mr. Wheeler, all the way from Chicago,
doesn't have the worst hand in the world to 3-bet fold.
But we're going to see a re-raise after he takes this time, but elects to just let it go. Oh, Mr. Wheeler.
Seeing a 22 big blind stack. See the payouts in the chat there for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to hear my Jason Wheeler story?
It's your story, mate. Yeah.
I feel like I've built it up to something it's not.
Oh no! Is it another
what?
Disappointing Gary Blackwood story?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of like your jokes, your dad jokes.
Oi, you take that back. Right. So I think the year is 2018. I'm playing my first ever World Series of Poker main event.
Oh no!
I think I'm It's okay, I let like this and fold.
Wow.
So Baran has
just set fire to 125k, didn't realize that it had been opened.
Make you will play 40. Make you will play 25k. And you? You also lose your
Wow.
Well, that's a pretty brutal live misclick.
Yeah.
Really need to stay dialed in these spots, chat, and pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. Would have flopped an open-ender. What a weird spot.
What will you play after WSOP?
But low with 3.5.
Where will you go after WSOP?
Behind 1.4 in the middle.
Yeah, and then EPD Prague. And time off. Don't time off. Thinking of going to Amsterdam. Not like big, but it's gonna be fun.
6-check.
Gets checked through. 5 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board.
Bulu immediately reaching. Henry spoke about this earlier. He tends to act hella quickly. Comes out with a very quick stab here for 350,000 chippies.
Yeah, big fan of this turn probe for quarter pot.
Around 350.
Also same stuff.
Not going to get the job done though. Pansier correctly deciphering that his ace king is going to be good a lot of the time here. Makes a call. Bulu looking for a 7 and 8 or a 9 to take the lead. Pansier staring him down. 6 of hearts on the river. Bit of a disaster card if you're Boogaloo, because now the ace-X type hand's a little more likely to call.
Not this WSOP, but the one that they threw in October.
Not going to slow him down, Gary. As he goes B25 on the turn, B50 thereabouts on the river.
Straight draws miss, flush draws miss. Pansier with just ace high. One of the better ace highs to call with though. Your opponent shouldn't be bluffing much ace X or king X. So you unblock those bluffs. Don't block too much value, mind you. You don't block ace 6 suited. You do block king 6 suited. You don't block king 5 suited.
I was like, oh, this just happens all the time.
These guys really focused. Every pot extremely important. Makes the call.
Nice call, sir. Take a bow, not easy. Obviously easy for us in the booth and at home, but out there, bright lights, cameras.
Don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, 2 players away from a WSOP bracelet event final table.
If you take me by mistake,
Stays dialed in and finds the correct call, up to 10 million in chips down. The Frenchman. Crumbs.
What did you think of Rozvadov Everhoof? Curious to hear your thoughts on this place. How many likes have we got on YouTube, I hear you ask? As we're going to see a flop for the first time in a while. 257. You guys are awesome. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. As we get a very interesting flop here. The Jack Deuce of Spades flopping the flush draw. Pansier flopping top pair. I don't see Pansier doing much checking here. Maybe he just check rips it. Who knows? Doesn't like to check. Caminita with that flush draw and the overcard. Reasonable equity here for the Italian. He decides to knuckle it on back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet, although he does pick up the gut shot. A 4 would give him a straight. A jack would give him top pair. A spade would give him a flush. 31% equity. Does Pansier start to fire now? Answer is yes. Lars de Monk says EPT Prague is soon. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2.4 million is a bet. Call from Caminita. No help to him on the river. Pansier with the best of it. 8.4 million in there. Caminita with a pot-sized bet left behind. Had to get an action flop. And then 9 deuce versus Jack Deuce hands. Caminita didn't bluff the river earlier in this spot. When his king high flush draw missed. A lot less showdown value here with the Jack Deuce.
1 Coke Zero, please. Yeah.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him with just second pair. Lots of draws missed though. Lots of hands like Jack 4, 10, 4. Spades. Chat, Do we think he's going to call it off? Type number 1 if you think he's going to call, 2 if he's going to fold. Get your answers in as soon as possible. 1 if you think Pansier makes the call with a pair of 9s. 2 if you think he folds. We've got deuce, deuce, deuce already. Bunch of 1s. Wow. Answers coming in thick and fast. Plant a seed, there are 2,982. Looks to be that the chat thinks a call is slightly more likely. All those misdraws as mentioned, but a bunch of 2 pairs. Bunch of straights that might play like this. Pansier with the big stack. He might want to preserve that stack. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 15 million. Less, actually. But on the other hand, guys and girls, if he calls and wins, he's got 1 hand on the bracelet. Should have gone all in on the turn with that hand. A little surprised they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest with you. There's no obvious 2 pairs. I think there are some. 5-3, 6-3, 6-5, 9-5, King 3, King 6. It gets through, and he shows the bluff. Oh my days, you love to see it. Caminita instantly on his back. Absolutely fantastic.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. You're just like, yeah, nope. I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty said, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand, like, tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with, oh boy. The tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying, hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up, greetings. Peter from Poker City. Provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. If a club finds its way to the river, could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Open is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor going to attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. 9 clubs in the deck. Where's the 3 10s? 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking king 10, that's obviously one of the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like king 8, king of diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
#1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that sounds like some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call.
the tickets, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody has four. Somebody has four digital. Okay, so use the white line for the scanning for the ground in front of you. And also important info is that it's not allowed any deal in the final table. So you cannot make a deal and you can speaking about the deal at the table or around the table. Yes, so no deal and no speaking about the deal at the table.
That's the most important.
Not around the table, what we are doing. So, line 366,100.
You can have on this side, just pull it behind, more closer to you. Or like this, yeah.
All right, folks. Lights, camera, action. We're back in the house. Shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. This is the final table of the WOLF Millionaire. All players have guaranteed a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event for themselves. They have also guaranteed a 5-figure payday. The minimum payout now is €10,659, and they are all chasing that first prize of the WOLF Millionaire Champion and a small matter of €150,000. Couple of shorties. There's one of them. Stanislav is going to shove for his last 2.1 million. Stanislav will get that through, and that's a nice pickup, although he wouldn't have minded a call. Get your predictions out in the chat. Who you think is going to win this one? Just getting a look at the disparity between the chip stacks. Simon is running away with it here with 32% of all the chips in play, playing a stack of 42 million. Closest to him is 32 big blinds. Now, although they have secured the 10 grand ticket, there is significant, and I mean significant pay jumps. A lot of players I don't recognize at this FT, and it is massive money for them, for these players to be playing for. Interesting to see how the action unfolds at this WOLF Millionaire final table live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. ATC reckons Simon is going to win for sure. Nothing is sure in the great game of No Limit Hold'em, especially tournaments. No such thing as a sure thing. 15 bigs now for Eyal. Tony Mondriana asked what was the buy-in. The buy-in was €350, generating a prize pool of €1 million. And there was 3,407 original entries. Sorry, not original entries, but entries total. Kamikaze Boogie asked the hard-hitting questions. He's going to get the hard-hitting answers. Dan, how many hours have these men played to get here? They have played for about... Hold on now till I get my calculator out. I would say the guts of 42 hours between all the days. Well, it depends on how many flights they had to play Kamikaze, because if they only had to play one flight and got through, then they'd have an extra day to rest, or you know, an extra day they didn't play. Some players might have fired multiple bullets on multiple days with multiple entries, so the hours add up. I know that they had a really long day yesterday. That was day 2. I was there with them until nearly 3 a.m. at King's, and I would say by the time this is all said and done, it's a nice week's wages for a nice week's work. Nice to see you dropping by, Boogie. Really nice pickup here for the Phil Dunfer. He's got the aces. He's got 13 bigs. He is putting them to work, raising to 1.3 million. And for Daniel in the hijack, 25 bigs and the decision. I don't know what Daniel wants to do here. He could 3-bet and commit himself, or he could just shove. I think his best option out of the 3 is to just call. Now, the problem is if we decide to use this in our 3-betting range, it's going to be very difficult to fold when Dunphy comes over the top. So 2 million for Phil to call, and when he shoves, it's only going to be 4.7 more for Daniel to call. I don't know if we can 3-bet fold a hand as strong as Ace Queen here. We're about to find out. Unless he wants to just flat. I think when we flat, the jig is up. Especially when we only have 13 bigs to start the hand. Does shove for 8 mil. And if there's ever a time to 3-bet fold a hand as strong as Ace Queen, it's now. You gotta hate this. It's only 4.7 to call. There's 12.8 out there. We're getting good initial odds, but are we really when we factor into what Phil Dunphy's his 4-bet jamming range will be, having opened, got 3-bet from the hijack and coming over the top. I think Ace Queen is not going to play too great against that range. I felt like Dunphy had a little bit less, and that would definitely price in Daniel Novak, but I reckon we could get away from it now. Interesting to see what he does here. He is getting over 2.5 to 1 on his money. I think when he 3-bets, he should just have it in his head whether he is going to call it off against Phil Dunphy's 4-bet jam. I think this is just too much of a stack given the dynamic. There's massive pay jumps to take into consideration. $3.5 nearly the difference between 9th and 8th place. Usually when a player is counting out the chips for a call, rarely puts them back on their stack. Does commit the chips and is going to get the terrible news. What a moment this is for Phil Dunphy. One lady on the flop though gives Daniel Novak a glimmer of hope on the Queen 5 deuce rainbow. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. River is a Jeffrey, and Phil will now be playing 17.5 million, and he looks very happy with himself. Don't blame him. Giddy as a schoolgirl. Big moment for Phil. Not a great moment there for Daniel Novak. Is going to send a decent portion of his stack, about half of his stack, in the other direction. Kamikaze says, great stream at King's Resort. I watch and listen to you whenever I can. Thanks a million for your comments. It is the viewers that make the channel. Just realizing how many of you are tuning in. Over 400 here. Great to see it. Pikachu says ace queen 3-bet call versus 11 big blind hijack open is the best play, I think. That's not correct because the hijack was the 3-better and it was 13 bigs to start the hand. So that extra 1.2 million, I think, just kind of prices them out. It's very close. I wouldn't be recommending ever 3-bet folding to a 13 big blind stack to start the hand, but I wouldn't say ever. But on this occasion, I don't know. It just seemed like that 4-bet rip going to be really, really strong. And amazing to see over 1,000 of you watching between YouTube and Twitch at the moment. Hitting Flop says they're watching playing the final 16 of the Sunday Million. Wow, best of luck. That's for massive money as well. Go get him. And Simon here faced with the check jam. Just gonna have to let this one go. I actually think you can make an argument for just checking back on this flop. The backdoor hearts working for us and the pair just for pot control reasons. Now it just makes me sad to bet fold my hand. Simon can't beat much here, and he loses to way more hands than he's ahead of. So forced to let it go. Still be playing the guts of 40 million chips, and Eyal now playing 13.4 million. And we will have graphics back working for you in just a moment. Just having a small technical difficulty. It will be resolved as soon as possible. 1 or 2 more hands. You have graphics back up and running for you after the next hand. Please be patient. Andy Clapped asked, no cards for the final table. It will have the graphics back up for you after this hand. Until then, we can guess what each player has if you want. All vote now. So it is all in and call. You are welcome, Handy. No problem. It looked like it was aces. We'll see what the players have now in just a second. It is all in and call. MJ says it's aces against king, queen. Yeah, there has been a system restart. We'll have all the graphics back up for you after this hand. I'm just waiting to see what happens with this all in and call. Average stack is currently 25 big blind. Small blind is still 300k. Big blind is still 600k with a 600k running big blind ante. That's 300, 600, 600. Okay, we weren't quite right there with the cards, MJ. It's King 6 against Ace 9. It's trips for Daniel Stanislav on the button here. Things looking very bleak. 5.7 million in this pot. But it looks like we are going to have our first casualty. Turn seals the deal. Stanislav has been eliminated. Unlucky Stanislav. Good run, sir. Well played. You will take home €10,659 for your efforts and a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. That means 8 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €14,000 and the ticket. Unbelievable. Jumps are just going to get way, way bigger from here on out. Graphics are back up and running. Let's go. Share gonna raise here. Raised to 1.2 million with the Jack 10 of diamonds from early position. Simon gonna call in the hijack with the King Jack of hearts. And Florian is going to 3-bet to 4.5 million from the small blind. And back around to Simon now in the hijack with King Jack of Hearts. 3.3 million if he wants to see a flop. Reckon he's going to get away with this. Florian's 3-bet looking very strong from the small blind here with exactly 20 big blinds behind. Simon is going to see a flop. This is the problem when we squeeze here with pocket nines. If we go post flop, we're going to be looking at a lot of overcards a considerable portion of the time. Instead, it's Quadzilla in the house. Quads for Florian. Checka. Stack to pot ratio is almost 1-to-1. And now for Simon. Simon is just going to check this one back. Deuce of spades hits the turn. If I'm betting here now and I'm Florian, you don't need to bet too much. You only have to bet like 2.5 million, 3 million. That looks like 3.5. Oh my God, look at this. Simon shoves. Nothing Simon can do here, of course. I feel like it was a large enough call pre. And he will get the bad news that he's drawing dead. Nothing he can do. He's going to survive with 22.4 million. And what a moment that is for Florian Bach. He is going to be playing 35.6 million now. I like the way he played that hand. I might have just shoved all in pre. I guess he could get away from it once he squeezed. Dangerous man to be giving chips to at this final table with 8 remaining. Florian has a total live earnings of $2,000 up to this point. So basically nothing. What a moment that is for him.
Just saw the first 9 and then the second line on the screen, and I was like, nice one.
Don't really like the bluff as well. If we're going to call 4.5 million, just call on the turn. Turn our hand into a bluff on the river. If it goes check on the flop, bet on the turn, and then on the river, see what our opponent does. They might just give up. Apocalypse says it well there. Just a bad time to bluff. Let's not be going too far with the comments. These players will have been playing for many days. Decision fatigues will set in. You can only make so much good decisions in a day. And it says if you bluff, you don't want to have the king jack because it's less likely the other guy has a draw. Yeah, these guys have been playing for many days though. They might have significant reads on each other, etc., etc. There's a lot of history going on. Maybe it's the first hand they've ever played with each other. I don't know. But it is a hand that we would want our opponent to have. So therefore it doesn't become a good candidate to bluff with. And if you think about what our check back range is on the flop, surely a queen will bet the flop. Unlikely we just check behind. It does even things out. Not my first time to say something like that at an FT, but if Simon had won that hand, would have an overwhelming chip lead on the rest of the table. As it stands now, there's a few stacks over that 20 million mark battling it out with each other. And it worked out really, really well for the pocket nines there, by the way, but it's not every day you're going to flop quads in that situation. Daniel going to raise to 1.4 million on the button here with 7-4 of spades, and Cher is going to call with 6-5 of diamonds. That's going to bring Bogdan in for the ride in the big blind, in for a penny, in for a pound with the king nine off suit. In for a penny, in for a pounding. 4.8 million in the middle. Queen 10-6 is the flop, and neither of the three players with a stellar hand. Bogdan flopping a lot of equity here. Cher with the best hand at the moment with a pair of sixes. Bit of a loose peel here from Cher, by the way, in the small, but I get it against the button here. Wow. Cher with 25 outs. I don't think that was correct. Never mind. Moving on. Nice pickup there for the king nine. Blinds have gone up, by the way. Small blind is now 400k, big blind 800k, with an 800k running big blind ante. That's 400, 800, 800. Pulled all the way around to the cutoff, and Cher just deciding whether he wants to use this in his min-raise. Folding range off 17 bigs. I think this is a little bit wide from Cher. We would want to have more chips here to be doing this. Could do it from the button. Don't hate it, actually. I would just want a better kicker with my king. Does go for a raise to 1.6 million, and Bogdan with the aces on the button. That looks like a three betting to 4.3 million. Cher will eventually let it go, and Bogdan will scoop that one. I actually wouldn't mind just calling on the button there with aces in that exact spot. Use the opportunity for the button, the small or the big, to get involved with a 3-bet or a jam. And we're going to be in position. And we've the best hand in hold'em, at least pre-flop anyway. Daniel is going to shove here from under the gun +2, 8-handed. I don't like this. ICM wise, this is just going to be way too loose. Negi Toro says, nice stream, by the way. Thank you very much. Production team at Kings go above and beyond week in, week out to give our viewers the best possible streaming experience. Also, big thanks to the moderators working overtime when we've got so many viewers on this Monday evening. Great to see so many of you tuning in, fans from all around the world. It's awesome. We've got action, I don't believe it. Cher waking up with the blackberries. 2 blackberries. Daniel shoving with ace king. We just seen Daniel shoving with queen 5 suited, so this is sick. What a moment this is for Cher if he can hold with his American Airlines. Daniel going to have a very, very small percentage of equity to beat the aces, of course, with just ace king. This is such a cooler. Right. Anna says, but he's blocking aces. Yeah, like, duh. Sometimes it's just not enough in this game. 7% equity for the ace king to crack the blackberries. This pot is huge. Plays itself. It's a whopper of a cooler. Nothing you can do. Ten 8-4 is the flop. Turn is a jack. A glimmer of hope for Daniel. Needs a lady on this river. It's the deuce of hearts. Daniel has been eliminated. Congratulations and commiserations. Really nice result, taking home €14,000 and a ticket worth 10k. And that means, folks, 7 players remaining now. Seven players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €19,900. DRS Pod says the lady for the straight draw. With a lady not giving him the nut straight on the river now. With a jack and a 10 on board and an ace and a king in his hand. Quick maths. $1.8 million to go from Yal with the king jack off suit from the cutoff. All the way around to Phil. Phil up my cup. I think he's just going to have to fold his jack 7 off suit. Nice pick up there for the king jack. 2 million up for grabs every time players can successfully take down the blinds and antes, which is just massive at this late stage. Florian playing 42 big blinds here with 33.6 million pocket trees on the button and the decision. And Cher is going to defend here with the 10-7 offsuit. Flop coming 8-3 deuce. Florian flopping a set. And Cher insta folding. Bach is running hot, it has to be said. Sharing the small, looks like he's just going to shove into Bogdan in the big blind. Takes it down. Bit of a large shove, but I think it's totally fine. Florian your chip leader. Share now in second place. And the rest following Simon with 28 bigs, Eyal with 20, and the rest of the players at this table with under 20 big blinds. So expect to see some fireworks. We've got 4 players playing 20 bigs and less. Then Simon with 28, Cher with 31, and Florian with 46 bigs is your chip leader. Simon gets a walk with the 10-7 offsuit. Not much to talk about there. Massive pay jumps, by the way. 26,000 is the next payout. Sorry, is 6th place payout. So the current payout is just shy of 20,000. So there's a difference of 6,000 euro from 7th to 6th place. Share raises in the cutoff here with ace-3 offsuit. Bogdan going to call on the button with 7-6 offsuit. I really don't like this peel from Bogdan unless the graphics are incorrect. This is far too light.
So heads up to the flop.
Trips here for Bogdan. Bet at 1.1 million as a continue. Bog just wants to call. Very lucky to connect this well with his 7-6 offsuit. 7-4, 7-8. Share now just going to have to give up to 7.4 million in the pot. If I'm Bogdan, I might bet something small here that sets up a river jam. If I'm going to bet, I'll bet something like 2.8 million. Goes for 2.5. Share lets it go. Dane says you cannot trust Hen and Mob regarding live earnings. Yeah, we talked about this on the channel before. You don't know who is a cash game sicko or who has won from some other realm in the past. It just, sometimes it doesn't add up by how well someone's playing, and then you only find out that they're a PLO sicko who've won millions on a boat somewhere, on a yacht, I don't know, wherever the case may be. Florian raises to 1.6 under the gun with pocket fives, and P in the big wants to be defending here for just 800k more. Apocalypse asks, am I referencing certain people? I ain't saying nothing. Could be referencing anyone. There are a few names that spring to mind. P is going to defend for 800k more with his King 10 of hearts, and we will see a flop. Stack to pot ratio already close to 1-to-1 with 4.4 million already out there. And this is going to be good enough for a check jam, or you could maybe make an argument for check calling, a very small sizing. I think it plays far better as a check jam. Don't want to get barreled off our hand if we miss the turn, whatever. We've got a decent amount of equity. That's about a 2 million. So sick for Florian. If his opponent is on the draw, it's only 4 more million to call, but forced to let it go. P will pick that one up. Well needed. Now playing 15 big blinds. So P will take down the previous hand, and Yal Yal is going to raise to 1.9 million in the cutoff with ace queen off suit. Now, Phil with queen 9 off suit in the big blind, 1.1 million for him to call. Could have elected to defend there with the queen 9 off suit, but does let it go. P gotten after it again, this time with the pocket 8s, min raising in the cutoff. Scher gives him a bit of a look. Now, if I'm in the big blind, I think I might use this in my 3-bet folding range. It looks like he is going to do that exact strategy. Very small amount though, makes it 3.5 mil total. And if I've been as active as P has, I think I'm just going to 4-bet rip this one. It just seems like too good of a spot. Cut off against big blind with a pair. Yes, some of the time we are going to get called by 9s, 10s, jacks plus. But a lot of the time we get it through. We pick up a really nice pot. We also can flip against hands like ace queen and ace king. I think if you really break it down, Scher has more 3-bet folding hands from the big blind here against the cutoff than 3-bet calling ones. Especially when P has less than 20 bigs to start the hand. So he does call, and now Cher checks. This is all wrong for me. I would like to see Cher continue for a small amount here. Wow. P checks back, lets his opponent catch up, and now Cher with top pair, turning the best hand. P doesn't know where he's at or what to do. Does check back. Cher checks again, and P can't really beat much at all here. This pot is big. It's 8.2 million, over 10 bigs in this one. Cher obviously going to go into check call mode for a small size. If there was a shove, he might just have to fold. P going to hope he can beat some random suit connectors that didn't see bet, or a small pair. Cher will be delighted to win that pot. Anna says he doesn't understand the flat jam or fold. He's flattened because he was getting an unbelievable price to see a flop in position. Was a very strange hand to commentate on. I don't really like just checking with the ace-7 once we see bet pre. We want to rep something on that flop. Anna says, Dan, the good price don't count on the FT with ICM. Well, I said originally I want to see him 4-bet jam this one. It seems like too good of a spot. It's a cutoff against the big blind. It's a small sizing. If he had a monster, he would more likely be to shove. And if he's got aces and you ran into it, then GG, buddy. It's just such a huge pickup if we can 4-bet rip and get it through. I don't even know if we're meant to induce with a hand like Ace King, so it just seems like it's going to be a really nutted range like Jacks plus, or we're in a lot of trouble. We're in a lot of trouble, sorry, against the Jacks plus. Other than that, he's just 3-bet folding with a very wide range. So EL raising under the gun to 1.7 million. Phil in the cutoff with 15 bigs. Ace Jack off suit. Not sure what he wants to do here against the loose opener. We just shove, I think, is going to be printing, but with ICM considerations at play, We could just fold. Maybe sometimes we just want a flat. Flat seems like the best play out of the three. Decides to just let it go. Understandable with what's at stake. Fold all the way around to the big blind. Jack 8 off suit for Simon is not going to be defending, and Eyal will take down the blinds and antes and add 2 million to his stack. Under the gun for Florian here with the ace 10 off suit.
1-7. 7 raised, 1.7. 8 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. Call 1-7.
Florian with the raise to 1.7 million. Simon is just going to call on the button, and now small blind with the decision. Wants to see a flop, but it'd be a very ambitious call there with just 5-3 of spades. P is not even going to consider defending there, getting an amazing price to see a flop, but decides against it. King, King, Jack is the flop. Trips for Simon. Simon going to bet 1.9 million here with his trips, and Florian going to see a turn. Could have the best hand here with just ace high, can make the nuts, well, not the nuts, but can make it straight with a queen. I think it's fine to check call for a small sizing, and he did do just that. Turn is the 9 of spades. And this is a bad river for Florian. Might think he has the best hand now after Simon checks back on the turn. This is a big enough pot now with 9.2 million in it. If Simon wants to get paid here by an ace, he doesn't want to bet too big because he wants to look like he's trying to get value from a jack maybe. Actually, it's unlikely he can get paid here. Might as well go large. I take it back. Large as in about half pot. Does go for half pot and does get the call. Florian forced to pay the man, and now Simon over the 30 million mark once again.
Good luck.
Phil just going to let it go there with the Queen 10 of diamonds and share with the Ace King off suit. We'll raise it up. Florian is going to defend. Loose enough defend here, Florian, with the 7-3 suited. Share going to take this one down with a small bet. Simon in the hijack is going to open it up with the 8-7 of diamonds. The Al in the cutoff is just going to call with the ace-9 of clubs. So we are heads up to the flop, 5.4 million in the pot. Queen 5 deuce. Eyal with backdoors working for him, might still have the best hand with ace high, and we can see that is the case. Simon is going to c-bet. I don't like this from Eyal. He could just see a turn there for a cheap sizing. A lot of good things can happen for him on turn and river. Might still have the best hand now, and he's in position. Bogged down with the open to 1.7 million, and Share debating calling here with 8-6 off suit for 900k more. Share looks very tired, by the way. Players are going to be exhausted. They've been playing for many days. I always say it on this channel. We can only make so many good decisions in a day. It's called decision fatigue, but we are at the championship rounds. Got to remain composed, cool and calm. Cher is just going to complete in the small blind, and Bogdan is going to check his option. Flop is Jack 9-8. Who wants it more? Does go check, check. Bogdan with the straight on the turn. Bogdan going to bet 1.5 million here and take this away from Cher. Don't see how he's going to continue. So, folks, we will have a break after the next hand. Still 7 players remaining. Hope you're enjoying the show. A long way to go yet before we crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Great to see so many of you still tuning in. Very popular one. This is shaping up to be the WOLF Millionaire. ARG says, okay, I'm off for now. Nice commentary and good night, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us. Take care. EL raises 1.8 million from under the gun with ace-7 of clubs, and P under the gun +1. I think 7-handed, we should just shove this with the ace-jack. EL has been shown a few times now that he's willing to open from early position. I understand the fold. I understand the ICM pressure, but I think this is just a good spot to put the last of our biscuits over the line. Does decide to just let it go, understandable. Just think it's just too strong of a hand. There is a 6 grand pay jump, the difference between 7th and 6th place. And Bogdan is just going to call from the small blind. And Simon with King Queen in the big. I'm not entirely certain here, but I feel like we should just shove, or not, maybe shove is a little bit overkill, but definitely 3-bet with the 9s from the small. Those bring Simon along for the ride, and we've got 3-way action to the flop. The flop is Jack 8-5. Well, that is one hell of a turn card. Wow. We've got action. Simon now with a lot of outs. Bogdan with an open ender. And Eyal with straight and no flush draw. Let's see what happens here. Bogdan going to lead here for 2.3 million. Simon is just going to call. And Eyal is going to call as well. So 13 million in this pot as we see the river. River is a 7, giving Bogdan the straight. It is a paired board. Sorry, no straight for Bogdan, just has the best hand. It's going to be tough for him to get the showdown uncontested, though. I don't see how this goes check, 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 check. Three checks was enough there, not 5. I don't see how everyone checks. I would just bet a small amount if I'm Bogdan. Although, very hard to get paid by worse here. Just doesn't want to have to face a huge bet or significant action behind him. Oh, right, yeah, sorry. The river was a 7. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes. That makes a lot more sense why he's betting 4.5 million on that river. And that is going to bring us to another break. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks in this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along.
What do you smoke?
No, these vapes.
Řekněte, ať se šiše baru, přinese různý ty cigárka sem vybrat. Různý.
So Ivan opening it up once again. There's an 800 straddle in play now. It's actually Dorf that opened it for 2100 from the hijack with the ace queen. Gets Ivan from the cutoff with 10-8. Yo Viral in the hand from the button with his deuces, and now Malika is likely to do something a little bit different than just calling with her cowboys from the big blind. Does want to thin out the field a little bit, get some value in. Leon here with the jacks. We could be seeing some fireworks and let this man away here. He may just cold call, which then would invite a whole slew of players to follow along. But I think we're likely... That looks like a call right there. Indeed it is.
Interesting.
Let's see if Dwarf is just going to ship his stack in. I mean, he's not that big at this point. There's a lot of dead money in the pot.
I want to get back my chips from America.
Indeed, that's what he's doing. Taking the risk, folks. Showing a lot of heart here.
Perfect gambler.
And Malika, is she just going to get her stack in? She indeed is. And Leon has a decision.
Look, if Leon comes in, then it's perfect.
He's thinking about it, which is a good first sign.
I'm so much behind.
It's all in?
I think he can fold this for this amount.
Yeah, he recognizes that he's behind.
I'm just behind.
And Elke taking a peek at the Cowboys.
I'm behind. I'm behind.
It kind of does matter.
I have a nice hand. I'm behind.
She could be doing it with Ace King.
You're all in, right?
But you're right. Probably not ahead of much there.
Man, Leon, I love that.
Good fold there, Leon. Good job.
Okay, I think
because it's hard to
Malika
fold
took her
in
time a
real
little bit
here.
more.
Let's take a second.
I think if she took her time a little bit more, Malika, it might have been different. She was a very immediate interaction.
We did see another player with an ace in their hands. There's two live ones. Malika offered to run it twice. Dwarf always seems to like to run it twice. So I think we're going to see two boards here.
Oh, wow.
But there's one of those aces, so maybe for once Dwarf not so happy it's being run twice.
Nice one, Leon.
Crazy.
And everybody congratulating Leon on his great fold with the jacks. And first half over to Dwarf, but can he double up? I think there's only one ace left in the deck.
You should be safe. I folded an ace.
So no miracles so far for Dwarf. It's looking more and more like a chop. Malika seems like she's sweating this out, even though she's such a huge favorite at this point for the second half. But it is a considerable chunk and change.
Not one jack.
Button for
And five of spades on the river, another chop.
If I'm shoving behind here, I know it is.
Yeah.
Very hard for you to lose that twice, but I've folded an ace.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Thank you.
It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Malika just cold called with her kings there,
Very good fold.
and how Rob would act.
Big fan of all of these five players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. He's not happy. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Going to continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check, check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negranu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I'll tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play. Appreciate it, chat. Really do. You guys have been incredibly kind
9.6
throughout this series. Glad you're all enjoying the coverage. Once again, if you haven't already, please do hit that like button.
Before I bust, will you tell me if I was dead there?
Really helps us
to give Orphan.
spread the word and reach a wider audience. As Nicky B says, before I bust, will you please give me that info?
Yeah.
Sean Deeb, gonna look him up. 7-5 of diamonds.
Domination Nation.
Huh?
Domination Nation.
You sucked down on me in the same spot earlier, so I hope I revenge it.
I'll tell you another day. No, I can't tell you when I'm playing with open, right?
And Nicky P.
I feel like no matter what, I'm just dead anyway. I don't know if I'm supposed to call.
Hands deep in rough shape, 4.4 in the middle. Oh no, 5-4-3. Deeb out flopping Nicky P. 6 would chop it. A deuce or an ace would win it for Nick Petrangelo. 1 to come, 8 clubs on the turn, changes nothing. Hand 126 here. Will we be down to 3? River card is the 8 of hearts. And Deeb
Take it down, bro.
eliminates Nick Petrangelo in 4th place, 220,000 euros for his efforts. One of the best players in the world, upswing coach. And now up to over 27 million in total live earnings. Sean Deeb, 2 away
They come to you for advice now. How would they
from joining the 6-time bracelet winners club.
You're just used to being
All right, folks, I'm back. P gets that one through from under the gun. Under the gun, of course, 7-handed now. Let's see how the big blinds are stacking up now. Simon, Bogdan and Cher very similarly matched. Florian with 17 bigs, Eyal with 12, P with 11 and Phil with 10. So the bottom three on the leaderboard there, very closely contested. Let's see how this one unfolds. The average stack is close to 20 million. It's reached that moment as well. The WOLF Millionaire final table. 500,000 is your small blind. 1 million is your big blind with a 1 million running big blind ante. That's 500, 1 mil, 1 mil. Deuces here for Bogdan. Florian with the Queen, Jack of Spades, and the board is 8, 9, 6, Queen. Not loads of playability left with some of these shorter stacks, especially. Players need to be very wary with every bet and chip they put over the line. Florian betting 3 million here, and this is going to be the end of that. I don't see how Bogdan can continue. Now, Simon can really be opening up things here from the cutoff. He is going to go for a loose open with the 8-5 of hearts, but I can get behind it considering there is some short stacks playing close to 10 big blinds behind him. And ICM-wise, this isn't great, but facing a cutoff open from an aggressive player, I could get behind shoving this one with the ace-6 suited. I'd rather have ace-5 suited. But if the shoe fits, I'll wear it. I think he should just move all in, and he does do just that. I've liked his opens so far. I've liked this rejam. He's impressed me to a certain degree. Eyal is going to raise 2.5 times the big blind from the cutoff. And Florian has a very rejammable ace-6 suited, but I don't know if he can do it considering he's done it. I take it all back. Good man, Florian, recognizing that Eyal is going to be opening wide enough that this is going to be a very profitable jam. Plus, I don't know what Eyal can call off with. Phil, it is all in for him to call with ace-8 suited. Phil recognizing that Eyal is going to be raising wide enough from the cutoff here, trying to steal the blinds, and Florian recognizes that, so he is going to rejam with a wide-ish range, and therefore his ace-8 might be playing relatively okay here, but he can't stack off. It would just be ICM suicide. But ICM isn't real, apparently. What was the quote I heard recently? It's for players with rich dads. Or ICM doesn't apply to poker players with rich dads. They just shove, they don't care. Current payout with 7 players still remaining is, we'll just call it 20,000 euro. It is 100 euro away from that 19,900. DRS Pod said if you're only playing for the title, then it doesn't really matter, does it? Well, you can't just play for the title, though. You might make a mistake that costs you 100,000 euro or more. You know, I just think at some point ICM is just too important to throw caution to the wind, but I do see what you're trying to say there. We put ourselves in the best possible opportunity to win the title, and how we do that is we make good ICM decisions that propels us to the podium finish, and then from top 3 we put the hammer down. And DRS says he doesn't know he doesn't have a rich dad. I love it. Love that comment, DRS. I love hearing jokes this late into the evening. It's great. It keeps me going. Keep them coming. Not the stupid ones, though. Bird's great for the jokes as well. He'll sort out the men from the boys. That's why he's in the executive committee, isn't that right, Bird? P shoving from the hijack here for 8.7 big blinds with Queen 10 off suit, and Bogdan in the big blind with Ace 5 of diamonds. I think I'm going to call this one. It's the opportunity to eliminate a player for sub 10 bigs. Yes, it is a chunk of our stack. It's just going to play too well here. Hijack against big blind. Take my money. Now, I could put this into a calculator and it might say you have to be slightly tighter here, considering there's 2 players that are going to have 10 big blinds and below. But you know what? Calculators are there to be broken. Pick up the calculator and break it off the wall and type in kings. Yeah, Bogdan does fold there. I feel like Ace 5 suited exactly is just going to be too sexy of a hand there to eliminate a player and go 6-handed and get a 6k pay jump. I could be wrong. It is a good portion of our stack. I might put that into a calculator. All joking aside, I might see what that says midweek. But how do you factor into how people are playing at Kings? It's very difficult. And with the average stack at just shy of 20 big blinds, we are calling off. I think it was 8.7 total. We already have 2 invested. No, I'm calling with the Ace 5 suited. I don't have a rich dad either, but take my money. P is going to shove for 11.2 bigs with the pocket 7s. Chase Twitch has a nice outlook on this. He says fold in the calculator, call with future game. Yeah, you know what, Chase? I love it. Calculator's probably... What does the calculator say? Probably Ace 8 suited plus, something like that. I think Ace 5 is good. I said Ace 5 specifically. We could let Ace Deuce Ace 3 and maybe even Ace 4 suited go. I just think Ace 5, we're going to be dominating those combinations that shove into us for sub 10 bigs with the 5 kicker. I'm all for it. Chase Twitch says bet it's a folding calculator. Well, you know, we are watching a gambling game. Gotta gamble to win, buddy. Well, if we call and we lose, we still have the guts of an average stack there. We had 25 million behind, and we have 2 million involved in got between our big blind ante and our big blind. So we already have 2 out there. It's 8.7, I think it was, total. So it's 7.7 million more to call. We would still have 18 bigs or so if we were to lose. ECW King said, wow, this went fast, did it? I don't think today has gone fast, ECW. You were with us till the early hours of the morning, so maybe that's why you're saying that now. But no, this has been not too long of a bubble for the 12 tickets up for grabs, but it's taken a bit of time to get down to the FT, and we haven't had that many eliminations on the final table, and the blinds are going up. Players are going to be forced to make moves soon. They didn't start too early. The usual 2:30 Central European time. Day 2, we came back with over 30 players remaining. Yal going to shove from the small blind with ace-8 offsuit, and P going to put it in the muck with just 7 deuce suited. Jay says, to be fair, if everyone is YOLOing, it's probably more of a fold. Are you on about the ace-5 suited? Because I don't think many people are YOLOing here at the FT, so people are playing tight, concise ranges. For the most part, every time I say that, I get given something that is the contrary. And get told of an example or a hand that takes place. But for the most part, it's been tight and snug ranges. Pepe wants to know how much is the average, please. Exactly 20 million, just under. So 20 big blinds is the average stack here with 7 players still remaining. Could see a lot of money go in here. Share is going to bet 1.8 million. Florian is going to call. Turn is the 5 of clubs, just shy of 10 million in this pot. Apocalypse says, yeah, around 19.5 million is the average stack. Yeah, I just rounded up by a half a big blind to make it easier for everyone. Apocalypse. I'll try I'll try to do better next time, buddy. ECW King says these ICM spots are beyond degen for a 350. Well, you know, there was 3,407 entries, and they had taken their fair share of time with a lot of key spots around certain bubbles. Mainly got to do with the ticket and all the big pay jumps, etc. So that's what happens in these tournaments. That has to end before Wednesday, you know. That was a nice fold there by the ace-8. Didn't give that enough attention. And a nice pickup from the ace-king. wasn't the greatest board for the ace-8. Understand the fold. ECWS, do I play tourneys as well, or do I just commentate? Just commentating, buddy. Do you mean do I play tournaments in general? I love a good tourney. I just haven't played that many since I started doing college. But I'm finished college now. I will see what happens going forward. All roads this time next year point to going to the King's Resort, if that answers your question. Phil all in for the last of his biscuits. Will take that one down. Aces here for Simon, playing 28 bigs now. Really nice time to pick them up from under the gun +1. Eyal in the hijack. So Simon is essentially in the low jack here, under the gun +1. So we are playing 7-handed. So if you see me say under the gun or under the gun +1, it still means they're in relatively late position. And this easily be curtains here for P. He's going to have to show for 11.2 million. P with the rejam for 11.2 bigs. Now, we've seen P crack aces last night. We've seen him crack some hands earlier. We've seen him win a huge pot. Is there to be another twist in the tail here for PTZN? It is all in and called. 25 million in this pot. King 9-6 is the flop. Turn is the three of spades. P's luck has officially ran out. What a day for him. What a cash out. 20,000 euro and a 10 grand ticket. Congratulations. Unlucky. Good game. That means we are now 6-handed. All players guaranteed a minimum of 26,000 euro, and that's a massive pot for Simon. Chase says, can't remember positions, but button 10 big blind jam on the FT versus a 30 big blind. Ace-5 suited is the bottom of the range, so I was right on the money. I said, yeah, I would fold ace 4, ace 3, and ace deuce. So we'll call ace 5 suited plus. Does that mean that ace 6 and ace 7 are a fold and as well? Because ace 5 is going to play better than ace 6 and ace 7 because we've got a suited wheel. And then we start calling ace 8 suited plus. They call as well. Okay, yeah, because I hate ace 6 suited or ace 6 offsuit. It just, ace 6 and the ace 7, no thanks. Yeah, you got to give these guys a break. They're warriors. They've been playing for many days on end now. This is where it matters the most, though. Championship rounds got to remain composed. There can only be one winner, and this is life-changing money for a lot of people. You could buy half a house with 150,000 euro in Ireland, and I think someone said last weekend in Antwerp the average income is 25k, so that's 6 years wages in one tournament, give or take. Obviously got to pay your bills and whatnot. I don't know, just trying to create a picture here for you about how much money they are playing for. And it has to be said, most players remaining won't have played for this kind of money before. Yeah, Chase Twitch, if you're ever in here and you want to run any spots, I've always been looking for a guy who could run spots while I'm in game. Obviously, it's not something I'm going to be doing. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. It just it paints a good picture and provides good information that's important, especially if another spot comes up like that and it's very close. Then we have a gauge, we have the barometer of what side of the fence we want to be on. Like Jordan Peterson with the chaos and order. But it's important to know which side of the fence we want to lean. So Phil with 8 bigs now, Eyal with 14, Florian with 18, Cher with 27, Bogdan with 30, and Simon is your chip leader, playing 29% of all the chips in play with 39 big blinds. Well, that depends on what your calling range with ace 5 suited looks like, roughly speaking. If you're looking for the value of the chips, the pink fellas are $500,000 each, the yellow chips are 1 million each, and the remainder of the white chips are 100k each. ECW says I should do stand-up with that impression. I done stand-up with that impression just a few days ago, last Wednesday, in a basement in Galway, in Ireland. I've done the Jordan Peterson thing a few times. Sometimes it's gone really well. Last Wednesday, I was the opening act, so don't know how funny they found it compared to the previous few times I've done it. The crowd weren't as oiled up as they could have been. King 9-5 here is the flop. Simon betting 1.2 million. Eyal is going to call with his draw. Could also have the best hand a considerable portion of the time with just queen high. We can see that is the case, and this is a spicy turn here, the ace of clubs. If I'm Simon, I'm going to double barrel this and with 5.4 million out there, I want to bet an amount that looks like I'm going to shove the river. Somewhere around 3 million. Goes for 2.9. I like this sizing from Simon. Really nice pick up there with the double barrel, and that's a big difference there for Simon. Simon says over 40 million. Eyal from the small blind wants to shove his king queen. Ten big blinds. No other move here really, unless he wants to raise call. Looks like that's what he's going for. I presume he's not raised folding. And this is going to go all in and call. Don't see Eyal folding. Does call it off. Don't mind him doing that. It's just probably easier to jam. I think it's much of a muchness. He's not going to be going post flop too often off that stack size. Florian does put enough moolah over the line to put them all in, and this is a big moment for both players involved because Eyal is at risk, but Florian will be crippled if he loses this, and it is almost a coin flip. Look at these odds. 22 million in the pot. 7-3 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 9 of spades. Florian looking very good as we hit the river. Needs to avoid a king or a lady. It's a lady. Lady of the night on the river, and that could have cost Florian a lot of money. That was a sick river. 4-1 favorite. Nothing Florian can do there, and you can see how disgusted he looks. He's just got to remain composed. And now Florian going to be playing 6 bigs. Also, what a moment there for Eyal, whacking the river out of it there with the lady. Florian shoving from the small for 6.5 bigs. And now both of these players are going to be playing very similar in chips. It's all happening here at the King's Resort. Chase has a good point there. He said, I've always found on these sort of FTs, everyone plays super tight until one or two people bust and everyone loosens up. Well, it's just the pay jumps are massive, man. They're playing for 150,000 euro for first. And I'm playing poker since I'm 17, or I mean 18. And I am now 33. And I had to ask you, could you help out with a sim there, you know? And we can see the cards, all that malarkey, right? And if that's what we've to do to come up with the right answers, what do you think they're thinking of their ranges in game? It's easy when we're on the outside looking in, like any element of your life you observe. It's easier like, oh, I shouldn't have done that when I was whatever age, and that was probably a bad idea. When you're in game, it's very hard to adjust in the moment of what the exact ranges are. Honey Bad says, nice pay for 350 euro. Amazing pay for 350 euro. I'll tell you one thing. We were in the boot with Alan Finn, my good buddy, and we were there for 3 days last weekend, and we crowned a champion eventually for 160,000 euro, and that was a 1,700 euro buy-in. And now we're playing a 350 buy-in at the FT with almost identical money, 10 grand in the difference for a quarter of the buy-in, nearly a fifth of the buy-in. It's just amazing. Jesus, getting a lot of support for that last comment about it's easy to say when we're watching from afar, but yeah, in game, like there's a lot of players that are going to crumble. They don't know what to do unless you've studied these spots in and out, back to front, and factor in that you're playing at Kings, trying to factor how tight or how loose certain players are going to play. You could put into a calculator. Chase made an amazing opinion there. He's like, you know, he's saying it's ace-5 suited, but the computer is going to shove the exact right range. You need to tighten up for certain players, and that changes and varies depending on what player is shoved into you. It's not just as simple as, okay, cutoff shoves 10 pigs, I call ace-5 suited in the big blind. Yeah, Chase says it wasn't a criticism of them. I do the same. It's like we could put it into a calculator while you're playing at home, online, whatever the case may be, and you think, oh, next time I'm in that spot, I know what to do, and then you're in that spot and your mind plays tricks on you. Pepe says you're absolutely right, Dan. That's exactly how you were saying. Tell him, Dan. Go on, the lads. Phil is all in here from the cutoff with ace-queen offsuit. Florian is all in from the hijack with ace-9 offsuit. And this could be curtains for Florian because Phil has him dominated and there is very little separating the two. Simon just has to let these boys fight it out. He's piggy in the middle here. No reason to be getting involved with deuces whatsoever. Starving says, in 6 people, is King Queen a monster as ace-x? Well, you block a lot of hands that would crush you when you've got King Queen, like the Ace King and the Ace Queen. It's very unlikely your opponent has that when we have those cards in our hand, and you're even flipping against a hand as strong as Jacks. So Florian and Phil, it's all in and call. Florian needing to get lucky. He's going to need a 9 or something to that effect. It is Queen 5-4. Turn is the 8 of diamonds, and that seals the deal. Florian really enjoyed commentating on his play. He is going to be left with 400k here. He's got a bad beat there, the ace-10. Sometimes it just comes down to a blind v blind situation, and it's basically a coin flip for your tournament life, for life-changing money. Such is life. You clicked the right button, you called, you got unlucky on the river, and that's the way she goes. Sometimes she goes, and sometimes she doesn't go. This time she didn't go. He is down to less than a big blind, but he could still spin and win. KM says this event is hosted by the guys from Euro Rounders who also do the EPM and the IPS. They always get $1 million guaranteed. Yeah. Not surprised to see that. Aces for Bogdan raises to 2.2 million, and this is dangerous for Simon. We're seeing a lot of cooler situations here. He is going to 3-bet to 5.3 million, and now Bogdan just wants to call here. No reason to do anything else, no reason to get too excited. Just call. A little sneaky call here, and 10-7-5 all hearts is the flop. This is a very peculiar situation actually, because a player has 400k, less than half a big blind. Looks like Simon is just going to give up here. Not his board on the 10-7-5, and this looks strong defend here from Bogdan, but I do prefer to call on the button in a 3-bet pot with aces more so than any other hand. If we're going to have a hand that we call when our opponent 3-bets here from the small, it just wants to be aces. I don't even know if we want to be doing that with kings or any other hand in the deck when there's a player with half a big blind, but aces, I think we can allow it. Yeah, and this is you run a risk when we call with aces there. We're going to see some flops where we get no action and we don't even get the c-bet from our opponent. But such is life. We can't be just looking back in hindsight saying, I should have done this or I could have done that. We play our cards. This time, what if it comes queen high, we get the lot, you know? Got to look at it from every angle. For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction. Florian is all in by default in the big blind here with pocket threes. Don't really like him showing the aces, by the way. I see a few of you giving out about that. Ial with king 7. If you play aces sneaky, you don't want the rest of the table to know what you have. Ace, deuce, jack is the flop. Florian might survive here. Ial has no spade. He needs a king or 7 on the river. Florian will survive. Hey, hey. I will survive. No, he has been eliminated. Bad river for Florian. Florian Bock is your 6th place finisher. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Amazing run. Great result. I'm sure we'll see you again. That was gross, yeah. He will take home €26,000 for his efforts. And that means all players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €32,500. I like your music, dude. Says gross. Chase says, guess showing the aces might mean to some people he has a protected calling range later on. You know what? That's a good point. I don't think in-game he's thinking that way though, Chase. I think he just wanted to show he had. It's amazing the amount. If someone has quads or a royal flush or whatever, a really strong hand, it's amazing to me how often they will show the hand. Even a set, they just can't believe that they didn't get action, so they have to show the table that they didn't get action to confirm that they're so unlucky because they flopped the set and didn't get paid. Apocalypse getting some hype going in the Twitch chat. 160k for first. Final 5 of the €350 WOLF Millionaire Main Event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Caleb says that's another thing. Yeah, it's like a pride thing. They've been waiting for ages to pick up a hand. He says, I think it's also some weird sense of pride people have for getting dealt or making big hands. It's the same way when those people out there, you know who you are, where you start complaining to the dealer that it's the dealer's fault that you have got a deuce or a 3 or a 4 to go with your 7 hands in a row, and you're sick of this, you're blinding out of the tournament. It's like cards have no memory. You're blaming a dealer. Like, the dealer's job is hard enough as it is to try make everything all right for every player at the table. And yet you think somehow that it's your God-given right to bring this to the table's attention, the dealer's attention. It's just not right. DRS says it's the automatic shuffler that's rigged. Yeah, you even get people going, oh, that's an unlucky shuffler. Can we change the dealer and the shuffler? It's never, ever the player's fault. Customer is always right, folks. Share in the small blind now facing the 2.3 million open from Phil. Three-way action to the flop, 8 million in the pot, and sure, going to check. Also, I think it's fine to just call out a small blind pre, but I would prefer if we were suited. I think this plays better as a 3-bet with this exact combination. Turn is the deuce of spades. Share is now going to bet 2.9 million, sensing weakness once the flop has been checked through. Bogdan gets out of the way. Now for Phil, I think he could have just c-bet this flop just to deny equity and take down the pot uncontested. We rate to have the best hand the majority of the time. We have position, we're on the button on 8-3 deuce. I just think it plays better than checking back. Phil is going to call. That's a very disappointing river for Phil. Chair catching up. And I want to just shove here for stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. Make it look like maybe, okay, we could go for a smaller sizing. I want to make it look like I've missed a draw. It does bet 5.7 million. And this will be a huge call here from Phil. The problem with having ace high here is we block some draws we will want our opponent to have. This is horrible. Unlikely he has an 8. Unlikely he has a deuce. Unlikely he has a 3. If he has a 10, it's just so unlucky for us. It is a considerable portion of Phil's stack. It's about half of it. I'd like to get a good look at Cher's face here if it goes back to him. Does eventually let it go. Sigh of relief there for Cher, and that is a big... Oh, sorry, no. It looked like to me... He almost looked like he was nervous there, though. I take it back. It's just... He's trying to make it look like he was bluffing, so therefore I was trying to get a look at his face to see what way he was doing his Hollywood. Starvin says my accent is sometimes like I am a member of the Peaky Fucking Blinders. Well, that's a different country to me, but I understand what you're saying. Right. KM says he's time banking until the stream catches up with the live play. There's been a few of those today. All right, KM. Part and parcel, buddy. Phil now playing just shy of 13 bigs with 8-6 of clubs. Cher just wants to use this as a min raise or an open. Just open it up. 2.3 million is the bet. Like this sizing from Cher. Pepe makes a good point here. Says Cher is giving away some tells during hands. I don't know if he's doing that like fake tells or he's thinking no one is watching him. I think he's just very tired. The previous hand there on the river, though, it did look like he was trying to make himself look nervous so he could get a crying call from an ace high type holding. Does have to give this one up, and Simon will take that pot away. Tens for Share. Blinds have gone up as well, by the way. 600k is the small blind, 1.2 million is the big blind, but at 1.2 million running big blind ante, that's 600, 1.2, 1.2. Yes, we will be playing on until we have crowned yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. You know the drill by now. Bogdan in the cutoff, pocket sevens. Starvin asks where I'm from. I'm from the Midlands of Ireland. Originally from my mother, before that from my father. Originally from Dublin. I lived in Glasgow for a while, Berlin. Galway for nearly 10 years. Moved home to start the pandemic, and c'est la vie. Multicultural. I like your music, dude. Says, thoughts on currywurst, overhyped. Currywurst is the worst. I don't like the sauce. It's not a good curry sauce. I don't like the hot dog. I don't like the bun. I think it's one of the most overhyped things you could give me to eat, and no. It's not even good beer food. I mean, I'll eat it. But I wouldn't be happy about it. Thank you for your question. Where are you from yourself, Starving? Wants to sound like me. Well, can't always get what you want. I wanted to be a singer. Instead, I became a dancer. Not a pole dancer, no. I can't dance at all. Definitely not a singer. Cutoff is opening to 2.5 million here with the Queen 9 of Spades, and Phil is just going to let that one go. I think that could be a good rejamming spot there for Phil. Cher is in the big blind, and now what does he want to do with his hand? This is a very strong hand. 5-handed. I think off 26 bigs behind, we could 3-bet or just see a flop. I think I prefer a 3-bet with the off-suited combination of the ace-9. I think calling is going to be the best play. Flush draw for Cher. Simon betting 2.8 million here with his top pair. This could be a lot of action. Cher, I was just wondering whether Cher was going to try raise it up here. You know, he would have a lot of equity if he was to get it in. 9 outs for the flush, 3 outs for the ace. Very risky business getting it all in though with just the flush draw. Not just the flush draw, the nut flush draw, but now, if we're Simon with 12.4 million in this pot, we could bet again, but if we bet again, it's to check the river. On the 6th turn, it completes the flush, it pairs the board. I'm all for just checking back in position and seeing what the river brings. River is 10 of clubs, an action killer of sorts. Double pair board now. I think I go for a blocker-ish type sizing here, around 4 million. Yeah, 3.7 is the bet. I really like the sizing from Cher. It's going to be hard to get paid by worse, but he has correctly thought this one through, and that really propels Cher over the 40 million mark. Bird says, family reunion in our stream, how lovely. Starving says he's from Prague. Yeah, you've not far to go to the King's Resort then, just an hour on a shuttle bus or wherever, whatever form of transport you use to get there. KM says, thoughts on the depersonalization process that is observed in teenagers with blue hair. I think it's just teenage angst. It's funny because they try to be individual when they do that, dye their hair, whatever the case may be. And then they all, that kind of persona, they all just start looking the same. So their originality just goes out the window. And they're not hard to spot. They all hang out together. Phil is going to shove, gets that one through. There was a nice check back with the Queen 9. Like I said, we could just bet a second time on a different turn. We could bet a second time to check the river, but I think it's far better to just check behind on that particular board. Pairs the board, and it completed the flush. Phil just going to shove for 12 mil from the cutoff, and Cher is going to be coming over the top with this one. And he does. We've got action. Phil going to need to get lucky here. Phil shoves for the 10 bigs, gets isolated. 28.6 million in this pot. What a moment this is for Cher. If he can survive a bad beat, he will eliminate Phil, have an overwhelming chip lead, and go four-handed. For Phil, he needs a piece of this and needs it quick. It's 9-8-4. He catches a pair. Burn is the queen of clubs, and Cher with 16% equity as we hit the river. This is a massive hit to Cher. He could have avoided this one. River is a 6, and Phil will sit back down. What a difference a hand makes. Another twist in this tail. It's evening out now again. Cher has had his fair share of bad beats. Fair share. He's been a scrappy underdog though. And he's still in the hunt to become the Millionaire WOLF champion. Pockliff says, would be nice if people decided to start expressing themselves with being a decent person again. I think that's a fair comment for a lot of people, but I think the world is still adjusting after the lockdown. Don't mention it all, I suppose, but people are more disconnected and lost than ever before. I'm actually reading a book about it at the moment called Stolen Focus. Well, this is not a therapy session. You just didn't come here for a TED Talk. Not that I'm aware of anyway. If you did, if you're here for the TED Talk, just let me know in the chat and we could sort something out at a later date. I'm available for hire. We'd have to discuss my rate. And all it will be a short, concise voice clip. You don't get short, concise voice clips when we've already been here for what is just about to be approaching 10 hours. Still 5 players remaining. Chase says, I would say most people are decent, but what gets spilled into news and social media is the negative outliers. Yeah, there's a lot of negativity in the world right now, all right. Bird says, in the end, everything was back. Someday, beards, torn jeans. Surely someday being respectful and decent, maybe in 50 years or so. Hopefully I'm still around in 50 years or so. The ripe old age of, it won't be 33 and a third anyway, it'll be 83, and will I live to see 84? The way things are going, I don't know. Share going to raise from under the gun. Apocalypse says he's 29 next Saturday. Not sure you'll be seeing 30. Don't be stupid. You need to make it to at least 33 and a third. I was only referencing Gangster's Paradise. Some lyrics out of that. Hope you enjoy your birthday anyway, Apocalypse. Hope you're just taking the piss there. Any poker players are living in a gangster's paradise. It's a different animal, a different ball game, a different lifestyle. Bogged down under the gun here, 10-8 of clubs, 28 big blinds, and the decision. Now, Phil waking up with a hand here. 2 ladies, the mamacitas in the small blind. Yes, Pepe. From any of the information I have anyway, this would be the biggest score of all these players' career. That's why every pot, every chip going over that line so important. And Phil going for a chunky 3-bet here. Starving with a very funny comment. It says, I'm living that poker night lifestyle for like 8 years. Sometimes I feel more like a rat. Like an incognito gorilla. Maybe an incognito chimpanzee. But what a score it is for all these 5 players remaining. Guaranteed a minimum of €32,500. And Paula says, commentator, tell something about players. Well, I don't know much about the players remaining in their personal lives or how much money they've won. Simon is raising 2.6 million here with ace king off suit. Phil decides to just let it go. I think that was a good candidate for him to use that as a 3-bet, but Simon does take down the chips. And you can see from these stacks, guys, a lot of them are going to be playing in or around that 25 to 30 big blinds. Bird says he's out, he has to sleep. Good night, Bird. Have fun in your bird nest. I'll see you again. Good night, good flight. Caw-caw! Now, Phil under the gun here, 26 bigs with pocket fours. Starving asked Irish brother, do I play in Kings too? I have my largest live score ever in Kings, but it's about, geez, 6 years ago plus now. So I'm hoping I'm going to get over there this time next year for the World Series of Poker Europe. I was unable to go this year. I was finishing off college. I have to graduate and I am busy commentating and I have some family stuff I need to attend to. So I'm going to get out a calendar, a King's calendar, and hopefully I can make good on my wishes and get over there around this time next year. But it is going to be one of the biggest series ever held in Europe. It's going to be unbelievable. 15 million in guarantees, 15 bracelets, and a 10K main event. So Phil has gone ahead and opened, and Eyal with the King Queen is going to defend in the big blind. You know what? I think I prefer him rejamming this one. It's just going to play better when we're five-handed. It's such a strong hand. It stops us getting blown off our hand when boards like this come. Whoa. He's just decided to ship it in. I don't understand this from the King Queen. If I'm going to play my hand this way, I would rather just rejam it pre. He's really repping a 10. Very little deuce X in his range. And if I'm Phil, I'm paying this off. I'm paying this off because I've invested too much money. I have a pair. If he has a flush draw, then so be it. If he has a 10, I am fucked. But it's just unlikely. Sometimes you got to pay the man. I think this is one of these spots. Once I bet, if I'm going to bet fold here, I think it's fine to bet a small sizing, but If I'm going to bet here, I might bet enough to stop my opponent just jamming hands like this at me. Yes, he does put the chips in. And he will be delighted to see he's that far ahead. This pot's huge, 28.2 million. Scott reckons you're pot committed. Well, you see, you are pot committed, but he's still entitled to take his time with his decision. We've seen bigger folds earlier. Turn is the 9 of hearts, giving additional outs. It will be outs and ouch if he hits this river. River is the 9 double pair board. Phil has eliminated Eyal in 5th place. Good game. Great score. And Eyal will take home €32,500 for his efforts and a 10k ticket. That means all 4 players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €40,200. Simon going to raise to 2.6 million with the ace-4 offsuit on the button. Fill in the big blind. He's now playing 44 million with 9-6 of spades. And Starvin makes a good point here. He said, you're sitting there 4 days playing good poker. You're on the best FT of your life and just bluff, ship all in 40% of the pot. WTF? Well, you see, he almost got pocket fours to fold there. So if you weight up the range and you see what hands can call that Phil has and what hands have to fold, he just decided that if he got it through, it was such a massive pickup, and if he is called, he's going to have in or around 30% equity. I don't think that he should have shoved. I'm just saying that's his understanding and reasoning behind it. And this flop going check, check, and now if I'm Phil, I'm pounding this turn. No. Just with the open ender here and the flop going check, check, I want to put significant pressure on a lot of Simon's range. We've got the straight blocker. Does go check, check on the turn. River is the 10 of hearts, and now Phil has really missed his opportunity to bluff here. He can pull it off now if he wants, but now it's a pair board and it's less likely he has a hand. He needs to bet, and he doesn't want to bet too little. He wants to bet about 4 million here. Yeah, goes for 3.6. Not a bad sizing. And Pepe reckons it's too late for a bluff. That's what I'm saying. It's much more credible if he bets turn, bets river, or bets turn and then reevaluates river at the very least. Now for Simon, he's check flop, he's check turn, he's on the river. There's 10 million in the pot. It's 3.6 million to call. We've checked behind on 2 streets. Ace high does rate to be the best hand a considerable portion of the time here, especially when the board pairs. But it just depends on what he makes of Phil's range here. Looks like he's trying to get a read. He's counting out how much he has. Does make a great call there. Phil will table just 9 high. Yeah, it's just when we construct our range that way, a lot of hands that will bet the river will bet the turn. Take nothing away from Simon there. He's checked both streets to call the river, and well, I don't know if that's his reasoning to check, call and turn, but when the board pairs on the river, a lot of the hands that would bet on the turn would bet the river. So when they haven't bet the turn and now they bet the river, it just doesn't sit well. And ace high going to be a profitable call there, and he does make the call. Scott says he played in the Marbella party poker event. There was some whoppers there too. Just depends on your table luck. Well, yeah, but this is the final table, like, so it's one thing to see certain wild shoves and stuff when you're early on in the tournament. When you're playing for this kind of money, less likely. Starvin asked, does King 8 or Ace 8 just check the river because he does have showdown value? A lot of hands. That's why he called, because he didn't bet the turn. Once he bets the river, a lot of the hands that he would bet on the river has to bet the turn. Some hands, such as I mentioned in the chat there, would just check call on the river, try to induce a bluff. So it doesn't really make much sense to bet the river if we are in the big blind shoes. Anyway, moving on. Simon with the jacks here. Raised 2.6 million. Starving says he should have even donk bet the flop with the open-ended straight draw. Well, I think when he doesn't donk bet the flop and it goes check, check, and when it's just check through, we have to bet the turn. Share just going to fold, and Simon getting a walk here, now playing 45 million. Bogdan, who's been quiet enough, is going to raise to 2.7 million. Simon with ace king in the small blind. Simon is going to 3-bet here to 7.5 million. Sizing is a little bit small for my liking. I would like him to make it at least 1 million more here out of position. Maybe closer to 10 million. Bogdan eventually folds and Simon will take down another pot. All those yellow chips, 1 million each, they're all adding up. Phil is just going to complete here in the small blind with Jack 3 of clubs. And for Cher playing exactly 20 bigs, he's going to bump it up. Sure, we'll take it down. Master Seon says the board structure was too high to lead. You rather want to lead on boards where the big blind will have more range advantage, like 4, 5, 6, or 5, 6, 7, etc. That is a very good point, Master. I think, though, I think you would agree, Master Seon, that once the flop is checked through, we have a mandatory. I don't like the word mandatory, but we should be betting on the turn. But boards like 5, 6, 7 and 4, 5, 6 smack the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the opener's range. Peppy says, Peppy says 8-10 Jack is exactly that range. What will big blind defend? It depends what. Well, that depends. What you mean by board texture? Master Seon says, well, it depends what the read on our opponent is. Will he check back a lot of top pairs in that spot or not? Will he fold his 10x? I think checking turn is nice if you consider check raising, because Button will mostly have some showdown value and can go for delayed c-bet, and you can bring him in tough spots because he basically never has the nuts. That is an awesome, well put. Master says he likes river bluffing. I just don't like the size. Think you rather go something like 25 to 30% for a cheap bluff to fold out his queen and king highs, or you go something like 150%. I was thinking somewhere in between 30% and 150. Like, I think the pot was 6.8 million or something. I was saying at least 4 mil. Bogdan is going to 3-bet here on the button to 6.8 mil with ace-3 offsuit. Share the original opener 2.7 million with the king-jack offsuit. Simon gets out of the way. I like what you're saying, Master Seon. Some really good comments there. I don't know how believable it is that we double check, though, when we check on the flop and it gets checked through. If we check raise on the turn, would we not just lead to try build a pot so we could jam river or make a large bet on the river? I do think it's sexy to check raise the turn, don't get me wrong. Starvin says he agrees. He loves overbetting the river with nuts or complete air, but those pukey 25% pot bets are nonsense. Yeah, what Master Seon says, well, the thing is, he is captain, we aren't. We have to be pretty sure that our opponent is going to bet the turn, though, if we are going to check raise. Like, it's a lot to ask for. Once the flop has gone check, he is going to check behind on the turn. We have to weigh up the option of check raising or just betting. I prefer to bet the turn, bet river, but I do see the merit in check raising the turn. But if our opponent checks behind on the turn, then that move is being taken away from us. We have to be pretty sure of our player's tendencies that he is going to bet on the turn. So if he does the betting first, then we can come over the top of the raise. But there's so much ICM pressure to be taken into consideration. We don't really want to be bloating pots. Turn goes check. River is the 6 of hearts. Yeah, Master Seon, I think you are putting in some awesome thoughts on that hand, and I think it's great we're still talking about that hand, even though it was a few orbits ago at this stage. You remind me of a young Alan Finn from last week. Master Seon says he doesn't disagree to bet the turn. He just doesn't think it's 100% bet. We should mix in some checks there because our checking range is going to be weak otherwise. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's all about balance. Simon going to raise to 2.6 million with the Jack 10 offsuit. And share with the decision here in the small blind with Ace 4 offsuit. I think he could use this as a 3-bet fold or just straight fold. Decides to just let it go. Understandable. Bogdan is going to call here with 10-6 of diamonds. Eight, 6, 3 is the flop. Simon going to continue here for 2.7 million, and Bogdan wants to just call here. He's got backdoor diamonds and straight draws working for him. Yeah, Starvin says maybe just send like 2 big blinds on the turn and then overbet the river. And I see what Master Seon is saying. He was just commenting on as played. Yeah, that as played is very important in quotation marks. Bogdan deciding to just raise. Doesn't want to get barreled off his hand. Phil raises 2.7 million here with the deuces. And Simon with pocket nines is just going to call. Ten, 4, 3 is the flop. I think Simon could have squeezed this one up pre, you know, just 3-bet. I wouldn't even be against ripping. I would prefer to see him 3-bet at the very least. A sub 25 bigs to start the hand. I think we just want to be ripping on Simon. He has to be really tight calling off. Turn is an ace of hearts, and that might be a card that Phil can rep. He's got those straight blockers. 12.8 million in the pot. I'd be betting again if I was Phil here. Would bet something around 5.5 million. Sets up a perceived river jam for just about pot. A little bit less than pot. Don't think he wants to go too much smaller. Don't think he needs to go much bigger. Somewhere around that area seems good to me. Boom, baby. 4.6 million is the bet. And now from Simon. I think I'm going to call one more. Unlikely our opponent has a 10 anymore. Yes, he can have an ace. Of course he can. A player can always have an ace. But ace 3, ace 4 makes sense. But I think ace 3 or ace 4 might just check back the flop. And I like this from Simon. He's a non-believer. He is going to call a second time, and this is one of the biggest pots we've seen in a while. 22 million. Oh my God. Wow. That is sick. Set for Phil. $22 million in the pot, I think. I don't know what I think. I think Any 5 beats us now. How much value do we think we can extract with our set? It's unlikely that we have a 5 in our hand. I think if I'm betting, I don't need to bet too big. That looks like too big. Somewhere around a third pot seems good to me. That's 12.8. Now, one thing about betting this size is it will look more bluffy than betting a smaller size. And if we're trying to rep that we're trying to barrel our opponent off a hand, then I think we should be going for a larger sizing than 1/3 pot. So I guess I've changed my mind a little bit there. It's been a long day, folks. A lot of hands, 174 to be precise. Now he shakes his head. And he hates it. I think I'm changing my mind again, though. I do want him to bet about 8 million. No less than 10, maybe. In or around that 7 to 10 million mark. He can rep that he has missed draws like King Jack and King Queen that just decided to keep barreling. It is an interesting sizing to go for. Like, Simon has all the 5x in his range. Phil doesn't have as many 5x at all. So Simon is just trying to piece this one together. Simon forced to let it go in the end. Oh, looks like he's showing 1 deuce. Okay, folks, that's going to bring us to another break. Look how much these 4 players have evened out now. Just 12 big blinds separating first and fourth. We're going on a 15-minute break. We're going to come back and crown one of these as the champion. Still a lot of action left to come. Hope you're enjoying the show. We'll be right back.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. Imagine the excitement of competing with worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
50? Je to tam 400? Ty 100 000. 4, 5?
Million spolu.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack-9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King-7 offsuit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on Ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action. From Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. Bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
With the Queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits up against Reed. So the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. So very aggressive, very competent. Put out Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, He sees that he's got his opponent drawing to 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Rid picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsry dead on the turn.
Zweimal Queen. Hey, mein Freund, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queens, zweimal Pop.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Punsry saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek draw into 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
Again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had Rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is not
Gets 4 flushed. Punsry still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Punsry. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot, saying up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like, going to give up. Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
5 raise, 3,120,000.
All in.
6 is all in.
Wow.
5 call.
Blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
All right, folks, we're back, and I'm just in time to see this all in. 56 million in the pot. Raise call with the ace-8 suited. The baby pair rejamming and is all in and at risk. Not much separating the two. Big moment for both players involved. Here's the flop, 8, 6, 7. Nothing Cher can do here. Simon in great shape. Oh my God, I don't believe it. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. And at the risk of getting heartburn from the end of my coffee, that is a massive, massive double up there from the pocket trees. What a turn card. Big flip for the big boys. And now Simon, forced to pay the man, will be left with fumes. We're back. Blinds have gone up. Small blind is 800k, big blind 1.6 million with a 1.6 million running big blind ante. That's 800, 1.6, 1.6. Wow. And you know what, guys? I remain very unbiased on this channel, but you know what? Cher has played really well, and he's got some very bad beats at this FT. Not that I wanted that turn card to be a 3, but if Simon's going to have to lose to someone, and I think Cher has played the best out of the 4 players remaining in certain spots anyway. Simon's played pretty well as well. We haven't seen much of the other 2 as much. Sorry, now Phil has been getting in the mix. And the backpack man, whose name is escaping me just for 2 seconds here. Oh, of course, yes, Bogdan Falcone. He has been the quietest out of the 4 players by a landslide. Starming says it's a terrible all-in with the trees. It is not. It is standard stuff to rejam a pair, especially when we're playing 4-handed. If you construct a big blind or a button opening range, and then you construct what hands we can get to fold by rejamming from the big blind, you will see that a pair falls nicely into that category.
Please say nothing. Flush. Flush. King. You beat me again on the river? Yeah. What the fuck? Good job.
And Simon has been eliminated in 4th place. What a whirlwind of a tournament there for Simon. It wasn't to be. Takes home 40,200 euro for his efforts and a 10 grand ticket. That means 3 players remaining now. And that's a massive pot there for Phil. He's now playing 52 million. Sorry, that pot wasn't massive, but it still puts him over the 50 million mark. They're all massive at this late stage. Now Bogdan is piggy in the middle, sandwiched between the two bigger stacks. Average stack is 45 million at the moment, which is close to 30 big blinds. There's still a long way to go yet. What a day of action it's been so far. Seriously. It's had it all. So much drama, so much thrilling confrontations. And Cher getting a walk. So they're both playing very, very close in stacks. They both have over 50 million each. So that's over 100 million in chips, and the remainder remaining to Bogdan Falconi. Let's take a moment to consider the payouts, by the way. All players remaining guaranteed over 50 G's, baby. 55,600 euro. And they're now playing for more. They're playing for 100 grand on top for the winner. And Phil is going to make it 3.6 to go. Bogdan is going to defend for 2 million more with the 7-4 offsuit. Don't mind me for a second. I've got a pistachio stuck in my throat. Lovely.
3 million.
On the 10, 6-4. Bogdan is going to bet 3 mil. You don't want me choking to death yet, lads. Surely get another year out of me. Phil wants to continue here the majority of the time with the back doors working for him. Problem is he doesn't have a spade in his hand, so it's not great. Okay, we're back. We survived. And Phil is just going to let it go. There's really not much in it. Not much separating the three players. Cher has had more pep in his step for me, more so than Phil or Bogdan, just in terms of bluffs. Taking down the extra pots when he needed to. But make no mistake about it, any three of these remaining players are a worthy champion. Imagine getting through a field of over 3,407. Unbelievable. Jarcino asked, better this was a check raise spot. Yeah, I think we check raise with the Queen Jack, if that's the hand you're referencing. It's going to play better. Or sorry, yeah, you wanted the player instead. It was a strange lead, it has to be said. It's just, it only worked, I think, because we've no spade in our hand with the Queen Jack in position, so we just decided to let it go. Also, Bogdan has been quiet, and his patience as well has laddered him up significantly. Like, he's got loads of ladders. We haven't heard his name too often. He's just been staying out of the fray. Yeah, he found a way to win that hand with a donk bet. Bogdan takes down another one here, rivering 2 pair. KM says that 3-3 versus ace-8 suited hand was dodgy. GTO Wiz doesn't like it. I was thinking, which don't they like? The call off. I was thinking it seemed like it was the bottom of the calling range, four-handed there. It could be even tighter though. Yeah, is it telling you like ace-10 suited plus or ace-9 suited plus ace-10 offsuit? This is actually very interesting to know. I do think we shoved the pair though. Surely rejamming a pair there off that stack depth is printing. Grinding Nemo. Haven't seen that name in the chat in a long time. Sounds like there's a lot of fun happening in the background at Kings. We're trying to play for 150,000 euro over here. KM says we should fold pairs under 7s. So you telling me we shouldn't rejam? I should call the shove with ace-10 suited. Wow. It did seem a bit light to me when I was watching it, but very interesting. CKM, we need you to be plugging these numbers. That's why you're into the executive committee. Share calls the 4.5 million and gets the bad news. And now, lads and ladies, we're looking at a three-handed affair that's quite even. 10, 20, 30. He's nearly 40. And now Bogdan. I think rejamming a pair though seems fine to me, four-handed. I do think calling off with ace-8 suited seems a bit light. Call seems a bit dodgy, but if we're gonna, do you know what? I wouldn't be against just open ripping that one on the button. I don't know the exact stack size, but I'm fine with just shoving ace-8 suited there. It takes away so much of the rejamming range. They can't rejam anymore. And it's our world and they're living in it if we cover them. Yeah, okay, so it's just a raise call. Yeah, if we're just shoving 20 blinds, if you open then fold to a shove, KM, I actually think you're correct there. I find it hard to fold ace-9 suited plus and ace-10 offsuit plus. Yeah, no politics, no religion in the chat. They're my rules, but I understand if you can't change your name, that's not your fault. I've been wanting to change my name my whole life, and now I'm stuck being called Action Man Dan. Poor me. Pour me out some more action. Phil from the small here, Queen 8. Flop is Jack 10-10. Well, you see, it's such a monster, like Phil's hand here, kings, but it's such a monster four-handed ace-8 suited. But the problem is when we let our opponent re-jam from the big blind, if you were to put in that range, like he can do that with like king 10 suited, king jack, all the combos that are picture cards, and we are doing shit enough against that. We only have 60. It's a 60-40 for way too much money. Share's going to 3-bet to 8 million. Now, Phil just has to decide whether to shove or call. Wouldn't be against just calling here in position with the kings at kings. What a dream scenario, three-handed. If you think your opponent's going to stack off, just put it in pre, of course, but Cher has shown that he has a propensity to do things like 3-bet light. He looks like a man who's going to shove, though. I do not like clicking it back. I don't know what that would even look like. What, make it 10 million? That looks like a click back. You can't click back without committing yourself. Surely to God, it's just committing. It's about 18 mil. You'd only have 10 mil behind. Just shove. 18.9. Well, you know what? I actually take it back. No problem. Saying when I'm wrong here. It's 10.9 million more for Cher to call. That doesn't look like a man who's going to shove. Oh my God, he just shoved it in. Oh wow. I was going to say, if he can click back and somehow get the 5-bet, then it's genius, and it's exactly what's happened here. Look at the size of this pot. There's 75.2 million out there. Cher didn't think about it for long enough. Also, his face giving away information there, twitching, facial twitching there before he jammed. Queen 9 deuce is the flop. KM says, how did that work? It looked way too strong to me, but you have to realize we can see the cards. turn is the king of diamonds, and now Cher does have some outs. Needs a Jeffrey on the river. It's the 10 of clubs. He has been eliminated. Really enjoyed watching him play. He had some creative ideas, some interesting bet sizes and hand selection. Really nice finish for him. Eliminated in third place. Will win €55,600 and a 10 grand ticket. Handicapped says, what in the world, that was quick. Blink and you miss it around here, buddy. And we're just going to get this heads-up battle underway. $55 bigs is going to play 31. One hand could change all of this, but Phil does have a 2-1 chip lead, give or take. KM makes a good point here. He says, yeah, but these guys are not Isildur. They don't 4-bet ace-5 suited, 3-handed. Cher might be used to playing higher stakes. That made him think that was even a possibility. Surely, I don't know what's the minimum that we can click back to once our opponent's made it 8 million. Is it has to be half the bet size, right? So he can click it back to 12. So if we make it, I think that's right. If I'm incorrect, let me know. I think 18.7 is just overkill on the 4-bet. If we're going to 4-bet and we want to click it back to give our opponent room to shove, then I want to make it no more than 14 million there. So it's like 6 million back from the small. Enough that they're not just going to peel out position. Oh, KM says I am wrong, so it's the full size. So you have to make it a minimum of 16 mil if I make it 8 out position. Is that correct? Different casinos have different rules, so this is important. It's just what I'm seeing time and time again is that there is room to make these click back 4-bets and fold. Like we could click back to 18 there and there was still 16 or 18 behind in the player's stack. So he could just fold and still have 12 or 13 bigs. And he's only invested 5 big blinds. So he can click it back to 12.3. Why is it 4.3 on top of 8? Am I missing something? So it's half the size, not the full size. The full size of the raise. So 8 minus 3.7. Okay, all right. Phew. Thought I was going mad there, KM. So what I'm saying is it stands. I want to make it a little bit more than the min back at my opponent. So if there's 8 out there, I'm going to make it 14 at the most. If we make it 14, he's got like 20 behind. So it looks like we can click back and then not be committed. I'm trying to decide when we make it 18, surely we're committed for 18 behind. But if we make it 14 from 8, it's 6 more for our opponent to call, and he's got 20 odd behind, so we can fold. So there is room to click back 4-bet and have fold equity as a 5-bet jam from the small blind there. Maybe I'm going crazy. Just I better get back to the heads-up battle here. Alan opened up a can of worms there last weekend, talking to him for 30 plus hours in the boot. It's a good thing overall, dissecting every spot. That's what you want. That's what you get. It only works when the well-oiled machine that is the Twitch chat is given back. Otherwise, it's like I'm talking to myself. So, on a double pair board here with 17.4 million out there, Bogdan knows he can't win by checking. Phil with the check mark. Bogdan going to be forced to bet here. Doesn't want to bet too small. I mean, he is going to be saying goodbye to these chips, but into a pot of about 17, wants to bet around 7. Boom, 7 million is the bet. Queen and Nemos is a great turn check by Phil, yeah. Now Bogdan going to be saying goodbye to that 7 million because Phil just going to shove all in unless he wants to get spicy with it, raise it to like 17 million. I think we tried to get paid by a jack if our opponent has a jack, and therefore we just jam. Phil does just jam. That doesn't look like a man who's bluffing there. KM says the mental part of the game is really underrated. It only takes one mistake to fall short of the potential. I bet Cher is kicking himself now, whilst Bogdan has been folding and avoiding spots like ace-8 suited versus 3-3. Knocking it out of the park once again, KM. He did. He avoided nearly every flip or every spot that and now he did get kings, I think, and he had some big pairs come his way that he played well. Bogdan going for the full 3x here on the button. The mental part is probably one of the most underrated parts of all of poker. Something I didn't learn in my 20s. Thought I could just arrive in style. Phil now crossing 100 million in chips. Going to be hard to take him out from here. Bogdan going to raise to 3.8 million here. He's changed his raise size. He just went for the full 3x on the button. Now he's going for less than 2.5. Now, this is too tight from Phil. Don't like him folding a hand as strong as 10-7 offsuit on the button. We just want to keep playing. But Bogdan with the Jeffries, gonna get a walk. Won't be happy with that. Yeah, don't like the way Phil is playing heads up here so far. Bogdan going to call for the 2 mil. 6 deuce off suit. Flop coming queen 7-7. Queen 8-7. Both players clearly tired, as well as myself. It is championship rounds for a hell of a lot of money on the line and a title of the WOLF Millionaire. Incredible to see so many of you still tuning in. Makes me happy. It is 2 a.m. at Kings, so Bammy says flop graphics are wrong. I'm not sure. Possibly. We get them fixed if they are. Why, what happened there? If it continues to persist, just let me know. Bammy, they can do what they want away from the table, but no official deals allowed at the table. Yeah, both players playing way too tight for a heads-up battle. You want to be playing almost everything. Hand 200 of the final day. That's a lot of handage. Yeah, we want to be playing almost all of our buttons, apart from stuff like 7 deuce off and 8-3 and stuff like that. The very bottom of the deck you can let go, but other than that, we want to be playing a raising and a limping strategy at the very least. And here we go, folks. Bogdan. 3.8 million to go here with King Jack offsuit, and this could be GG. Well, let's just see. There's still a lot of chips in play for a heads up, but Phil just deciding what he wants to do here. I think he wants to make it about 12 million. Bogdan does rip it in his face. Phil snaps him off. This could be the last hand of the night. 94.2 million in this one. Phil has 42 million behind. This is huge. And if Bogdan doesn't get lucky with his 13% equity, Phil Dunphy from Germany is your champion of the WOLF Millionaire. Flop is ace 10-7 and a set of barries with Bogdan with a glimmer of hope here. Turn is the 6 of spades. Bogdan needing to hit a straight on this river, or Phil Dunphy has done it. River is the Jack of Diamonds. Phil Dunphy has done it. He has defeated 3,406 other entries. What a marathon it's been. Wow, wow. We've done it again. We've crowned another champion at the King's Resort live from Rosvedov. I've had a blast the last 2 days. Been great coverage. Loads of interaction in the chat, discussing hands, etc. It's been a laugh. Some good comedy in there too. A nice balance. Check us out on all the usual social media platforms. We're on everything. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We've got a TikTok channel. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on YouTube. We're trying to get to 20,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Give us a like, subscribe, and a follow on Twitch. Join the Action Army week in, week out. We provide the best content and production for your viewing pleasure. I want to say a massive thanks to all the moderators as per usual. They make my job so easy and entertaining. I'll be back next weekend for the Dutch Classics, and that will be my last 2 days in the comms for nearly a month. I'll be taking my annual leave, and unfortunately won't be going to Rosvedov this time, but I'm going to get out a King's calendar and have them roll out the red carpet in a year's time. That's the goal. Okay, that's going to do it for me. It's time for me to say my goodbyes. I've been Action Man Dan. Catch me if you can.